Hello everybody! Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be playing Greasus. The question on everybody's mind is, are ogres bad? And yeah, let's make sure we don't tell Okoye this, but we'll have to wait and find out. As for me, I don't think ogres are in the best place, as a lot of ogres' identity was very much nerfed. But let's get into it, shall we, folks? So, Ogre Kingdoms, Greasus. We're going with Legendary, very hard as always. You already know the drill. And what we're going to be doing is answering the question, are ogres bad? One of the things we always have to remember when it comes to Greasus in question, and the ogres in general, is a lot of their power used to be power creep. When they first came to the game, the ogres were among one of the strongest factions in the game by a long way. Now, obviously, all of their units were nerfed accordingly to multiplayer. And it's time to answer the question. Are ogres bad? So let's jump into it and figure that out. Let's make sure not to tell Okoye that we're questioning that if ogres are good or not, as obviously Okoye will be very upset, as he loves the big chungies. Oh, let me turn on my light as well. But yeah, welcome him. Dizzy, Joachim, Massey, Wormgarden, Schutz, Iskander, Panda, good to see you guys. Corvus, good to see you. Freya, good to see you. Buscanara, good to see you. Schutz, good to see you. Nordic, good to see you. And Base, good to see you. Hope you guys are doing well. Sorry, I'm having a little munch here. This stream will decide if I get the DLC. Interesting. So I take it you didn't play Ogres on release. That means you didn't pre-order the game. Don't blame you. Hey, Keller. You got Ogres yesterday. Interesting. Because of me. Oh, okay. Love that. Hashtag influencer. Right. What's my army like? We can go with movement. Honestly, the movement range is so good. Let's have a look around. We've got the meat. Classic army. Probably going to be yoinking. Ah, it's weird the armies are separate like that, because it's going to take us 2 turns to get to the Moorgate. What if it's more efficient just to make a secondary army now? Yeah, I wonder if it's actually just way more effective to just make a secondary army straight away. To go towards a bit of war with all these guys as well. We'll think about that after we've done this first fight. Yeah, it should be nice and simple. Picked Ogres to start sailing to figure out how to counter the big bad coming from the north. What, Grimgore? Honestly, one of the best effective strategies when it comes to playing Ogres is spamming literally nothing but Ogre Balls and running everything. Ogre Ball stacks in the early game are really strong. There's very few factions that can deal with them. My game crashed. That's my fault for tabbing out. Yeah, Bob's going well. How are you? Classic crash. Honestly, I'm cursed. I swear to God. I swear my game is cursed. Is this a game trying to not... Hey, Edgy. Is this actually a game telling me not to play this... play Ogres? Bring me to my men. Or even the game trying to send me signals not to play the game? My goodness. Also, check this bad boy out. Can you see that? Some nice Greek yogurt and some music. Oh my god, I almost poured all of it over on my keyboard. My god, I almost poured it all over my keyboard. That was so unbelievably fortunate it didn't go on my keyboard. Voice is just too fat for my PC, true. Yeah, sorry. I'm usually not... I'm more talkative usually, but I'm just eating right now, so I apologize, guys. I should have started the stream a little bit later. Right. Okay.
I'm the one in charge round here.
Fill up again.
I wonder what demons taste.
Okay.
Ogre fire.
Okay. Yeah, generally. I'm lagging again. It honestly does not want me to play. It wants. It doesn't. It really, really makes me think that it does not want me to play ogres. My God, are they that bad? Are ogres that bad? My game crashes twice, and my issue. I'm having that many technical issues. Like, do I need to be concerned about the fact that I'm getting this many signals from my computer to avoid playing them? Dear God. My goodness. This has to be a sign. I mean, if there's anything such as a sign, I think this is probably one of the biggest signs I've ever seen in my life. Jesus. But I want to play Greasus, see how he is, man. Right, let's see if the game does it again. Sorry about this, guys. Apologise for the delay. There we go. Hey, Mummy, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, guys, if you don't know, Mumblesy in my Twitch chat is actually is my actual mum. Everyone say hi to my mum. Everybody say hi to my mumble. That is my genuine mum. Good to see you, Mummy. Hope you're doing well. Hi, real mum. Greetings from Greece. I love Ixia. When I was in Greece last time, Ixia is amazing.
Fire cannot flow there.
Yeah, look, this is fine now. So weird. Almost finished, by the way, guys. Almost finished. Did they fix Greasus' model? Does anyone know if they fixed Greasus' model? So we actually hit stuff now.
Tyrants and tyrants. Man-eaters. Take it all.
As I generally don't know if they have.
Got a plan. I'll do it myself.
Jesus, minus 24.
Rejoice in flame.
Let me see. The missile magic missiles are a lot better nowadays.
Volcanic fury.
So fireball is so much better than it used to be. Suspect it should probably kill a few entities there at least. Or kill at least one. Yep. Screw that one guy in particular.
Man-eaters. I'll crush them.
The great thing when it comes to... Hold on. Fire magic as well is you get a really nice additional buffs here. Fantastic buffing. And honestly, it is just a true mosh pit when it comes to playing the ogres, I swear. Just run into stuff and just fight what you can.
Greasus gold.
Nice damage coming on the side here on the ogre balls. Love to see that. Yeah, absolutely rolling through them here. Ogres really do a lot of damage. How well is Greasus doing? 1 gold value. Yeah, we expected as much. 3 gold value. Oh. Greasus, make sure to calm down here, lad. Do you know what I mean? Make sure to... Someone stop this guy. He's too powerful. I just think he struggles to get in there. Why is Greasus not doing more? It's just... I think it's his model. I think Greasus' model just really struggles to hit stuff. Because look, he's right here. I'm assuming he's in range, but he's just unable to do it. Oh, there you go. Let's go! Oh, he actually got a hit on the general. I think that's one of the biggest factors when it comes to the Ogres as well, is the laws that they have are really not that good nowadays. Like, the unique elements of Scrag has been massively nerfed because Gorges just suck now, so a lot of the power that you expect from the likes of Scrag is very much diminished. But I think one of the advantages that Scrag has is that he's fighting against human factions for the most part. And dwarves, which equally they do well against. God, it's crazy how much they nerf Noble Trappers as well. So make sure to kill the General here, as we'll get a lot more money for it. Let's get out anyone that's kind of not going to be useful for attacking him. Right by Lead Belchers? Yeah, Lead Belchers are crazy strong. Yeah, Chris. Okay, there you go. Good. Taking him down. And knocked him down. Knocked him where he stands. Beautiful. Yeah, I think it's just the nobles that are obviously high entity counts. You're melting right now? How hot is it for you guys? Because some of the colleagues that I work with are Brazilian, and they're saying that it's their winter time in Brazil, and it's hotter than England. It was crazy. It's like their winter is hotter than our summer, which is mental to think about. I think that's kind of bonkers. Well, I'll give you one piece of advice when dealing with a Cathayan. Never, whether it is a threat or tavern banter, mock them. Mock the Dragon Emperor. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be a good idea, honestly. Smart decision. You've got 800 hours in Ogres alone. Are you okay? Do you know what I mean? If you need to talk to somebody, matey, I'm here. Because, whew, I can't imagine maining Ogres. Out of all factions. But this is military. Oh, is it a minor settlement? No, it's not. Why is the Auto Resolve so bad then? It's 30 degrees. Okay. 23 over there. 18 over there. I mean, I'm very lucky that I picked up an AC unit not that long ago. They're definitely bad as a concept. Ogre's Charge is largely useless because the units where it would help you onto large infantry is almost completely... Well, the sad thing with the Ogres is the Ogres for Nurgle are actually really powerful because I don't believe Ogres have really, really good anti-large options apart from the Manitas. And they're like a really high tier as well. So you've just got a lot less availability of high tier stuff. It's a classic case of just power creep comes in. Classic power creep situation where other units that kind of share similar traits and whatnot just get kind of outclassed because of it. Okay, let's go with a loop around. But yeah, the charges, I've definitely agreed. The Ogre charges is fantastic. Because Brace Defenders massively helps against most stuff. Anything large, you can pretty much pin down the likes of cavalry very, very easily. But I definitely think it's a shame that a lot of power that the Ogres have, like tier 3 anti-large and anti-infantry is huge. Like, I don't think that's... Like, Iron Guts is the similar elements of it, but yeah, it's crazy to me. It's only 13 degrees so much. Oh, really? Wow. Only one type of Iron Gut. I'm really hopeful that the leaks regarding Anger, no, the Manita Gorfog is actually true. I'm really hopeful. Wait, why do I not have the buffing spell? Eh? I had the buffing spell in the first fight, didn't I? I casted it twice. I had Cascading Firecloak in the first battle. Am I losing my mind, guys? I really hope not. I really hope so. I hope I'm not. But I'm almost certain that I did. But middle-aged peasants, what would you say is the most effective thing about the ogres right now? Completely lost my mind. Classic. Classic. It goes away after that every time. That's such a strange thing. That's so weird. Man, it's crazy how little I can hear with these headphones on now. Absolutely mad. Noise cancellation headphones would go crazy, dude. I remember reading a review on Amazon. Some noise cancellation headphones. There was a guy leaving a review saying, like, someone was being beaten up outside of their house or something. Or, like, outside their flat and they just didn't know. And the police came over to get a report from him and he was like, I have no clue what happened. Like, I got no idea, Chief. Wow, Tribe Stealer is kind of strong. Seems pretty nice that you get access to this straight away. Yo, Grim. How's the bank holiday weekend treating me? It's treating me well, man.
Join me.
I'm looking forward to not working, I can tell you that for free. Alright, let's go Ogre Blurs. And we need, obviously, the camp, so it's going to take 3 turns to get that. I'm going to start spamming out as much recruitment as we can. Do you actually need an Ogre Balls? Yeah, you do actually need. Probably grab that there so I can have the tusks. Wait, I thought I was at war with... Wait, I'm at war with you guys as well? I guess, you know, not going south to de-incentivize you from going that way. Need their tier down. I honestly think Ogre Balls are crazy powerful. Greasus' Ogre Balls I feel like are crazy strong. Maybe that's just me, but I honestly think they're unbelievably good. I generally think that's one of the strong points of Greasus, is the fact that your Ogre Balls have just become unbelievably powerful. Global recruitment reduction? Wow, that's crazy. Faction recruitment capacity +1 as well? That's a really nice province to secure here. The Goldtooth Tollgate as well. Some really nice landmarks in your beginning province here. We've got Big Master. Might as well choose it because I don't think I'll unlock anything else anytime soon. Probably looking to upgrade my capital first. Yeah, Commandery, once we take the Moorgate, we'll want to secure further recruitment there. Just trying to think, because yeah, you can get Fill Your Bellies. I know that it used to apply to the local range, like the local area, so you could have multiple lords with that buffed onto them. And you basically could recruit things turn 1, no matter what it was.
I am more accustomed to shooing your kind from the western.
It's still there? Nice. So you can basically recruit stuff like crazy, if you want to. Grease Lightning. Honestly, bring back 400 speed Greasus. Yo, Jorah. Good carrying the 44 yesterday. He was drunk AF, were you? Yeah, the Ogres did well. And that FA yesterday, I was surprised. I just had really good cavalry running around things. Ogre balls like Lunchables? Would an ogre be tasty? Do you think the new DLC is worth it? I think the individual packs are definitely worth it. Whether or not all of them together is worth it depends. It's up to you.
Small plane.
It's such a shame I'm nowhere near getting range. I really hate it when I'm more than one turn away. It's why I normally go and attack this. But a secondary army probably done for that. Have you guys heard a saying, Noblob? Have I taught you about the Noblob strategy, boys? If not, buckle up. You're going to learn today what the Noblob strategy really is. Starts off with a Beast Mage, and then you just have a ton of Noblers in your army. And then all you do is stack all your Noblers on top of your Lord, and then just use Flock of Doom. No, it's like a G. Nobler. Noblob. Gnoblob. You use a ton of Noblers. We can get spice in it. Wow, we can actually trade really, really well here. Interesting enough, I could trade with this fella here, but I don't think there's much point. Wish he could get up off his cart. Honestly, I feel like Greasus being in the cart is one of the big downsides to him. I honestly think that's one of the biggest factors of why he sucks. Get an Ogre Tyrant with a trait that makes nobles unbreakable. Isn't that your hunters? If I'm not mistaken. It's a random trait for your hunters. He's just really janky. Oh, he's so terrible. He's so janky, it's crazy. Like, I think Ogres, well and truly, are like pure jank. And Greasus especially is a victim of that. I think Greasus is definitely a victim of that. Like, he struggles so much. Like, you can't trust Greasus to be a duelist. He has so much weapon strength and so much melee attack. You send him against anything, he'll suck. Maybe against dragons and stuff like that, he'll probably perform pretty well. I'm probably going to buff up the movement speed of the army. Gonna have to. Is it how many folks in here have a bank holiday on Monday? Is it just the UK? Is it just the UK? I think there is a mod for Greasus, isn't there, that makes him stand like a normal Ogre Tyrant, as far as I'm aware. US gets Memorial Day, of course, of course. So quite a lot of folks are off on Monday. That's awesome. Memorial Day, understood. Been on holiday for nearly 2 months now, Dizzy, and you deserve it, King. You know holidays? You're in Canada. Ah. Is there any holidays coming up for Canada? That's mental. One of the really fun facts that I learned recently. Do you know when a nobler has their ear bitten? So if any of them has like their ear bitten, it's actually like it's kind of like a mark of honor, really, for a nobler. So if they're talking to another nobler and they've got their ear bitten off, or they have some remnants of an ogre looking after them, then you wouldn't mess with them, right? And one of the funny things with noblers is the only reason that they coexist is because they taste so bad. Ogres would have eaten them out, and completely destroyed them by now if they tasted good. But noblers taste so unbelievably rancid that they that's why they live with the ogres. He can slash attack 8 targets, about highest in the game, but he still sucks. Splash attack is a really bad thing for the most part. Because it's one of those things where elite infantry with high splash damage sucks against other elite infantry with low splash damage, because you've always got to remember that the biggest way to take advantages is killing entities, right? Killing entities is a huge way of getting advantages. And if you're doing a lot of splash damage, obviously you're not killing stuff. And that's a really, really big thing. That's really bad for anyone that's got a lot of splash targets. So, for example, hammers used to have a lot of splash damage, but they actually nerfed it quite a lot. Well, I guess buffed it to make sure that they do mainly their own, like, to maybe 2 targets now, which massively buffed their overall output against elite infantry. But the map mechanics are so bad. One of the I'm not sure if you guys agree with me, but I honestly think ogres as a faction are quite strong. It's just there are things that are holding them back. Like Greasus as a legendary lord is a terrible fighter. He's too janky. Like jank seems to be like the generalized statement of how the ogres perform for the most part, right? I think it's just jank that kind of hinders their ability to perform well, because Greasus would be an exceptional fighter if he didn't miss every time. You know, his stat line is unbelievable. Like, this is, if you looked at this is level 1. This is without even leveling his own skills up. This is his baseline. That is insane. His economy should be insanely good. Well, he is the richest person within Warhammer Fantasy if you exclude trinkets and stuff like that can't remember, I've forgotten his name, the Tomb King fella. Cetra has. Because he basically, how he gained his wealth was by raiding titans. Ogres were massive in numbers, and they raided a ton of titans and stole everything. That's the reason why his weapon is the weapon of titans, or whatever it's called. He can only hit targets from one side. Yeah, there's some really weird jank, right? And yeah, you're not wrong. His economy should be amazing because he's the richest character in lore. Also needs better abilities. I honestly think he just needs a little bit more love. More towards what makes him, like, gives him his own identity, right? Scrag's identity was completely around Gorges, but they gutted him. You know? They completely gutted Gorges, right? So Scrag's identity fell with it, and it wasn't unique. His identity wasn't unique to him. His identity was tied into a unit, and when they got nerfed, he got nerfed massively, like, because of it. But then again, if you guys remember... Right, guys, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Type 1 in the chat. Type 1 in the chat if you played Warhammer 3 on release. Type 2 if you didn't. Just to get a... I want to get a little estimation of how many y'all played when Ogres came out. 1 if you played on release, 2 if you didn't. I'm kind of curious where you guys are at. So we got a lot of 1s, and actually, yeah, we're pretty split here, folks. We're actually kind of low-key split. So if you guys remember on the Warhammer 3 release, right? All the homies in the chat. Cookie, what does 5 and 7 mean? Let's break that back. Let's break that back. Let's pull that back for a second before I answer. What do you mean by that? Anywho, so what happened with the Ogres was they were insanely strong. I played Ogres first. I actually did as well. My very first campaign was Greasus, I believe. And then my second was Cape No Loss. So the identity of the Ogres, all their units were unbelievably overpowered. Well, I'll be honest. I'm going to sit here and be honest. Every single Ogre unit was overpowered on release. All of them. Absolutely all of them were overpowered. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that they weren't. They were overtuned. They were crazy. The level of power creep the Ogres had were far beyond any other faction that existed at that time. Nothing was remotely close to the level of power that the Ogres had. They had... artillery pieces that would one-shot anything. Infantry, single entities alike. They had ogre pistols that one-shot anything. Didn't matter. And they were moving as well. They could shoot while moving. How did the ogres deal with thunder barges? It's a good question. I would probably assume through the likes of their lead belchers and iron blasters. Remember the iron blaster on release? I do, because Okoye beat me in a tournament with them. I say this a lot, but it's a cool lore fact for Warhammer 3. Okoye created the ogre build that made Inticity win the tournament. I'm not even kidding. Okoye cooked up the ogre build that made them like unbelievably powerful, like far beyond strength-wise everything else. Wow, 250 for that resource seems really low. Do you know, I'm going to trade with you just to make some monies.
But are far more useful.
Then again, will I ever want to go down this way? Not really, no.
Fire and metal. No,
What I can do is
I
just trade with you
expect
as
by
well.
every utterance you have a
Just secure those trade agreements.
Greasus,
Yeah, I think the main factor when it comes to the ogres in general for me is that everything just got nerfed accordingly. Like all elements of their identity has been nerfed like mad. And we're gonna go into bull charge next. Ogre tank would be nice though, because getting more recruitment capacity would be huge. I honestly think ogres are still okay, for the most part. I think the biggest issue that the ogres have is that they were a shadow of what they once were. That's their biggest issue. That's why they feel bad to play. Because if you played them on release, you know how strong they were. And so every time you go back to them, you're like, dude, this sucks. This is like awful in comparison to what it was. But then again, I'm not sure if you guys remember, a lot of you guys put one in the chat, so you may remember that you quite literally could kill anything with one Gorger. Whatever the target was, whatever it was, would die to one Gorger. It was ridiculous. They were the most broken things in the world, and I was a top 3 in the world domination player with a 95% win rate on ogres. I'm not even kidding. I had a 95% total win rate, skyrocketing me up to the top 3 players in the world. Is it because I'm a great gamer? Well, what can I say? No, honestly, it was just the fact that they were so unbelievably giga strong. There was a hybrid element of it. You know, I knew how to play them well, but the main factor was that ogres were just too overpowered. And I'll never forget this. CA released statistics on who did the best in multiplayer, like who was the strongest in multiplayer, and they didn't nerf ogres. After saying that ogres had like a 70% win rate or 65% win rate or something like that on the ladders, and they didn't nerf them for like 2 months. And so do you know what happened? Everyone and their nan played ogres in ladder. I stopped playing multiplayer at that point. I legit stopped playing multiplayer at that point. I was like, I'm not going to sit here and play ogre mirrors all day.
LC Energaling.
Yeah, Singular, thanks for the tier 1, but I appreciate you for the 19 months. Good to see you, man. God, it's crazy to me remembering how strong the ogres used to be, man. I put my camp here as well because I think it makes the most sense, especially with the terrain I'm moving towards. Is that for the firebellies? Yeah, it is. Probably can grab another camp. Yeah, another ogre bull. Yeah, I definitely think camps would be mobile. I'm not going to lie. I mean, do you guys think ogre camps would function well as a moving black arc? Just like a black arc can? I honestly don't think it'd be terrible. I honestly don't think it'd be terrible. Because right now, what do we have? We have a camp that's basically undefendable. Literally nothing we can do to protect it. And that makes it so that we really will have to struggle to like where we're going to be snowballing and where we're going to be moving towards. Also, funny enough, the Hunter's tier 3. I mean, just a little quality of life. Put everything tier 2 as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's so many little things you can do from a quality of life point of view. So many little things. Yeah, Wraithlord, thanks for the follow, buddy.
The over-tyrant.
Yeah, nomadic camps can't be nomadic. Yeah, it's just like stationary. It makes no sense. And so what happens, right, is I have to have an army here to defend it. The way that I recruit late game units is through my camp. And you're telling me that I can't move with it accordingly? It seems so strange. Front on the battle map, they feel strong. Oh, ogres are very powerful in battles. I'm not going to lie. I honestly think ogres perform really well in battles. I'm not sitting here and saying that ogres don't perform well in battles. I think they perform exceptionally well. In campaign and in domination, they were very dominant for a long time. But then I think the way that staggering worked, they nerfed it. We need Dogs of War based, really? Out of everything, I would hate to have Dogs of War over other things. Let me go get movement so I can attack this now. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine to auto-resolve that one. I feel like Dogs of War, on principle, sounds dope, but I would much rather other things. Also, if this guy can attack my camp, I will absolutely cry. You will see Battlesy cry on stream. So from the PvP side of the game, honestly, in some elements I agree. But one of the things that I would love to see is when units get nerfed, it would be fantastic to see the vision that CA has for that unit for us to understand why they're nerfing it, right? Because yes, content creators will start vocalizing their frustrations with certain units, but at the same time, you know, it really is important in multiplayer that things get patched and nerfed. But the main difference there is there's other ways of doing it. I think the ultimate vision would be to have separate units, so single player units and multiplayer units, and they're treated differently. But I think that would be a logistic nightmare. And the way that they've started doing it is nerfing through cost, and I think that's a fantastic way of nerfing. But if I'm going to be honest with you, I honestly, truly believe Ogres, with the way they were, terrible, terrible, terrible. Like, they were too overpowered. Like, I got to the point where I would play one campaign of the Ogres, and I was like, I'm done for a month or two. I do not want to go back to them, because, my god, I am bored. Like, you could just kill everything. Nothing was remotely close to the level of power you had. And I actually am feeling that similar for the Dwarves right now, and for the Empire right now. They are so unbelievably powerful, and same with Tamarkam, you know? Factions like that, you have to really try and figure out the balance between really strong and really fun, right? Because you can't get both most of the time. Which direction do I want to go here? Wow, 45 Dwarven Kegs is so dope we can get that. I'm probably going to have to start recruiting units into this guy. But you start with just Noblers? That's a joke. All you ever... Oh my goodness, look at this. I hate the fact that they nerfed caravans. This right here is the tastiest free real estate you've ever seen in your entire life. Literal free real estate. 3 caravans. That would have been like 50k. I kid you not. That would have probably been roughly about 50k. Especially with 600, maybe 40, 30k. Because of 200, 200, and 600. My god, that's... Oh, man. That was tasty. That was tasty AF. Would love to see campaign and PvP different. Yeah, I definitely think it would be interesting to see if they did something like that. As I believe that there's definite separation that's required. Like, a divide is needed. But I think... I love the multiplayer side, don't worry. Don't get me wrong. Multiplayer is actually something that keeps the game refreshing for me. When I'm doing my beginners tournaments, when I'm doing tournaments, if somebody comes to me and says, I have 1,000 hours in legendary gameplay, I'm like, cool, you're a beginner in multiplayer, my friend. You're a beginner in multiplayer, dude. Trust me when I say you're a beginner in multiplayer. You could have thousands of hours in legendary, but that doesn't translate to multiplayer. If you bring a campaign army into multiplayer, have fun. The meta is completely different. It's really cool. I really like it like that. Played Albrecht today. His campaign's pretty sweet. Thought I hated Bretonnia. Oh, I quite like Bretonnia personally. I think theatrically, how Bretonnia play, I love them. Like, the way that Bretonnia plays, I love them, but I think they don't work well in the grand scheme of things. Any idea when SFO is going to get updates? I would imagine a couple of weeks, maybe a month or so. I can message Venrus if you want. That would be interesting, because I really want to play the new version of SFO. Venrus is such a legend as well, man. I like Venrus. Fantastic modders. Honestly, modders in Warhammer 3 do so much. Because the cool thing with modders is, instead of complaining about the game, they're like, oh, I hate this mechanic. And they're like, I'm going to fix it. Or I'm going to do whatever I want. I'm going to change it into whatever my vision is. It's really cool. What do you mean I can't bring my Doomstack to multiplayer? No. I learnt my bloody lesson last night in the FFA. I brought a campaign army into a multiplayer situation and got clapped. But dwarves are a little overtuned. I think tier 0 dwarves, warriors, are unbelievably powerful in multiplayer settings. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. He hasn't mentioned it yet. He probably hasn't mentioned it just in case to cover himself. Like, cover his back a wee bit. Because he won't want to say a date then not be able to hit it. Which is like classic software development 101. From a multiplayer perspective, Dwarf Warriors at tier 0 is really bad. But from a like an FFA head-to-head situation, it's really bad. But from a campaign perspective, it's amazing. I mean, Dwarf Warriors are one of the most overpowered units in the game. Like, I'm happy to sit by that. Swimming in campaign, trash, useless waste of gold, swimming in multiplayer, literal godsends. Yeah, absolutely. Anything that's cheap and cheerful have a lot of value in multiplayer scenarios. Anything super cheap and cheerful. Right, you'll see the terrain really screwing me here a little bit. But I've actually accounted for the fact that it'll move forward. Look at that. Do you see how aggressive that's moved? All depends on the elevation. So you can see with the downward spiral of the elevation here, the burning head will turn into the terrain here. God, I love this game. So many little things like that. Also, on YouTube, guys, if you've seen my Grudges video, I would love to know what your thoughts are. From any of you guys that have watched my new Grudge video that explains how the Grudge system works, I would love any feedback. As I tried my hardest with Grackle was really kind and offered some help as well. I tried my hardest to make it as simple as possible, but my god, it's such an over-complicated system. I mean, the TLDR is quite literally, if anybody hurts a dwarf, Grudges basically. Is honestly at its very core, at its quite literal core, that is the TLDR. Nah, I think Flock won't have too much value here. The good news is Burning Head is really fantastic into Ogres because you don't really do damage to yourself. Actually, Flock over here is probably going to be good. Flock over here will have value, especially 25 men and above. 24 will do a lot of value. Oh, I need to tune up. I need to change the difficulty. For some reason, it's not transitioned over. The slider hasn't transitioned over. I did great work with the explanation. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I worked really hard on that video, honestly. Took me a couple of weeks to make, as I wanted to make sure I was representing the information correctly, / making it as easy as possible to send. Do Dwarf Warriors cost less in multiplayer now because of the tier 0? No. So, fun fact, combat power. Do you know the bar at the top of the screen? Do you know the bar that's up here, boys? For non-legendary games. The multiplayer cost is the CP, which is combat power. And the combat power of a unit is how the game perceives them. Like the strength of that unit. Which I think is really interesting. There's a direct relation, 1-to-1, to the multiplayer cost. Got these boys up. How's multiplayer? What, like the labourer units, Norska? Oops, got all these boys over here. They do have elevation on us. In multiplayer, not. Oh, okay. You can give them a few cheeky buffs here and there. They'll perform reasonably well. But in Legendary, in campaign, they're really bad because of the minus leaderships you get. It is, like, honestly, the more I learn the game of multiplayer and campaign, the more it fascinates me the differences between what's good and bad. Like, for example, Slayer Pirates in campaign, trash. Slayer Pirates in multiplayer, godsend. Crazy. What do you do in your campaign when you reach max grudges? You have a couple turns left, Leo. Fantastic question. Normally I just wait. Unless I'm trying to confederate somebody. If I'm trying to confederate somebody, then I'll keep moving forward and keep pushing to kill things. But I really dislike how you're de-incentivized attacking more when you're 100%. I think it should carry over. Sub housing can be not bad at all. Honestly, if you take them pound to pound and then compare them to another unit in their place from a campaign perspective, not as good anywhere near. Recently discovered how ridiculously rich and OP ogres are. Orcs are? How rich orcs are, Big Mugmania, really? Do tell, do tell. But I don't know if I'll try to get 100% grudges every time. No, Martin, that's up to you. That's up to your discretion. But I wanted to make sure that the information's out there for people to try and make their own decisions, right? Multiplayer PvP, not campaign. Oh, they're fantastic then. Really good chaff. Really good chaff units. What made you play ogres? A lot of people in the chat wanted me to play them. A lot of people requested me to play them, so I played them. You know? You guys ask and I shall deliver. Brass Clave is pretty nice. Grut Sickle, really interesting. This is why having multiple lords moving to... What are you doing, fella? Where are you going? Your enemy's over here. Interesting. What do we want to do? Probably wait for tier 3. And then we can throw in the landmark of this. That's how we're going to make the money, I think. Monsieur Ogre Artillery? Yeah, it was insane. What year is it? 2022? Yeah. I actually really like ogres, I'm not going to lie. I just think they suck for the most part. Their campaign experience is nowhere near what it used to be. To put it lightly. Because all the units was nerfed. I just think they lack few elements of quality of life. Like, not having a moving camp. Camps being really garbage when it comes to the tiers of things. So unbelievably expensive to get to high tiers. Defending them is a pain in the nuts. Like, the campaign... Like, defending camps sucks. It's such an awful experience for the most time. Because anytime you're against a ranged faction, you just lose. You just lose. I'm not gonna lie. Because the way that the camp is designed, anything that is ranged just shoots over and you're in trouble. It's savage.
It's feasting time, boys.
Wasn't for the insane camp system. Yeah, I honestly... Is there any mods that allow you to move camps? Is there any mods that lets you move camps? I wouldn't be surprised if there is. There is? Huh. Oh man, Ogre Balls plus 5 melee attack. This is why I'm telling you guys, Ogre Balls are not balanced, man. I'm telling you. Like, Ogre Balls are not balanced, I'm telling you. You have to deal with Grimgor from turn 20. Grimgor is not a problem. I really never worry about Grimgor. The reason I say I never worry about Grimgor is because of the fact that Ogre Ball stack will beat anything Grimgor will ever be able to do. Ogre Ball stack with whetstones and triple bull charge plus gold tooth, you'll never lose. There is never a world you'll lose that. I honestly do not believe there's a world you lose that ever. Especially with the kind of the Ogre Tyrant's crown on. Yeah, very unlikely to lose that ever.
Over tyrants, Greasus, this'll bring me spoil.
Ogre, I should have moved my other Lord over. Send the moving camp, thank you, North. Appreciate it. If any of you guys have any mods that you recommend for ogres, send me them. How am I today? I'm doing well, Corvus. How are you, buddy? Let's recruit another Ogre Balls. Honestly, you'll see a big recurring theme. I'm just gonna recruit Ogre Balls. That's all I'm gonna recruit. As Ogre Balls are insanely good. Or goated, you could say.
I am the tenderizer.
He's a tenderizer. Look at that. Plus 6 melee attack. Like, my Ogre Bull's already 41 melee attack. 52 charge bonus. 90 weapon strength. Crazy. For a tier 1 unit. Absolutely mental, that. And we can get another plus 5 because of the food upgrades. If you wanted to do so. I think, yeah, all of our situation over here is fine. I'm going to Zerg over Grimgor very easily, I feel like. Victory condition means this one and this one. So yeah, I'm incentivized to move this direction. You don't have to kill a dude in particular. Interesting.
Carve and grind.
Ogre Bull's the only thing that holds the ogres together. Oh yeah, 100%. If Ogre Bulls weren't as strong as they are in campaign, I would never play them. If I'm going to be completely honest. Ogre Bulls are quite literally the glue that holds together a campaign ogre. Let me see, what my thoughts on strong flyers at tier 2. I managed to conquer Norsk with just gyrocopters. Leo, I think gyrocopters are the death of dwarven fun. A gyrocopter army makes any campaign battle trivialized. Because you've got 40 plus ammunition, and you can literally, you never lose against anything. Because there's very limited factions that can deal with a gyrocopter spam early game. In what universe this medium? Like, oh my god, the auto resolve for ogres is bad, isn't it? I think gyrocopters at a tier 2, and they are literally the best gyrocopter. They are literally the best gyrocopter, the tier 2 variant of them. Better than the gyro bombers, better than the other brimstones. They're so good. Kill infantry, single entities, elite infantry, anything. They have no weakness. Hey, Countess. To get 2 sets of bombs. Seeing how they double the model now. Yeah, interesting question. And Cabot, thanks for the raid, buddy. Ogre was never a problem, their economy is the problem. I think Greasus might be a little bit of an outlier there, because his beginning settlement is actually pretty good. Yeah, Rebels, good to see you, lad. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome in. Cabot, what were you playing, bud? What were you playing, lad? We could start batting down everything else, and we will. And thanks for the 5 months. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get... So right now, I'm trying to get to... I think on Twitch, if I get to 100 sub points for over 3 months, they give me a 60-40 split instead of 50-50. Which is pretty cool. It's my one of my goals for this year. Oh my goodness, I forgot about Stone Shaker. Alright, never mind, boys. Just running the gap now. Now this looks like a good Sunday evening, this. Just a bunch of burly boys. All greased up. Together. Wait, what? The damage is going to be pretty resilient to anything we do there. In fairness, we are actually destroying them pretty quickly. Jesus, the Corlers are really slapping us here. Yeah, Greasy is not the best. That's damn it. Yeah, the dwarves' leadership is going to be pretty good here as well. Oh. Right, say hello to the Sabertusk Hound slash Chaos Warhound. My wonderful pupper Freya. We went on a really nice walk earlier, so she's knackered, but she needs her attention, you know. She's in need of her attention. I probably should. It's Karanak? Yeah. Hunting out the stealthers. I mean, ironically, in some ways you could say she is Karanak, because Karanak specializes in finding hidden stuff. And always she makes the lurkers pop out of lurking to say hello. So maybe in some way there is a correlation between the two. I just don't know it yet. Yeah, we're struggling to get in here. We are struggling to get in here. Hey. Everyone's been asking me to get a puppy cam, like a dog camera, for when she's sleeping and stuff, but she rarely stays still. She's just an energetic gal. She's a super energetic gal. You follow for the dog? There you go, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. And Vodox, thank you for the raid, bud. Hope you're doing well. How was your stream, my friend? How was your stream? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Blood for the blood god, indeed. I'm assuming you were playing Khorne then. Yeah, I made the mistake of stacking up as much as I did, honestly. Oh, he's in the same campaign. Oh, were you doing a multiplayer campaign? Nice. Love multiplayer campaigns. If you play on a VPN, oftentimes you'll get no lag. Just started the game, jeez. Who are you playing then if you just started? I'm always interested to see what factions people pick up when they just start. Khorne, classic. Looked at my view account, still 0. Hey, sometimes people like that. Yeah, Mr. Blonde, thanks to follow. Get a drone with a camera following the dog. That'd be dope. Oh, also, guys, on the Twitch side of things, to get rid of the pre-roll ads, just so people like yourselves don't have to watch ads when you first join the stream, ads will be kicking off in about 20 seconds, but I promise you won't miss much. I need to get used to the wall breaker. Also, the fact that this battle said it was medium casualties is a crime. I don't know why the auto-resolve is so bad. Why do ogres have such bad auto-resolve? I feel like their auto-resolve is so not receptive to the truth. It is far, far, far from, like, if you actually fight with them and get in there, it's so different. Dwarf auto-resolve is also broken in their favor. Oh, true. Dwarf and auto-resolve is unbelievably goated. Yeah, low armor. It probably is all. Probably is that. I think high armor, which is what ogres what dwarves have. Check. High stat lines in general, which obviously they have that. Check. Oh, is that the big name? Yeah. Enemy leadership when leading a siege. Really tasty. Auto-resolve loves range and ammo. Do you actually know as to why that is, Jacob? Yo, promo. Good to see you, Nate. Let me show you guys something. I think it was the wonderful Grackle that sent me the picture. What else are we going to buff up? Let's go into here, then we can get into Over Tyrant. I'm going to go in Flamestorm because it's really nice. Let's go ahead and move you with you. Actually, I'm going to move this way. Nah, we don't want Ogre Balls, we want Nobblers. We want the Noblobs. Let's go with Growth over here again. We're going to upgrade that to tier 3 and then get the Greasus thing in there. Where did she was crack? I'm almost certain it was yourself that sent me it. Yeah, it's here. Alright. Yo, Ice Melon, welcome in, buddy. I think this is the most balanced auto-resolve has ever been. Oh, I'd agree, honestly. From the grand... do you guys remember the original auto-resolve? I'm probably going to murder you guys, sorry. Can I ask you a question? Of course you can. I made a mistake in my campaign by attacking the vampires, and I'm stuck between Grimgor and them. Who are you playing, Mr. Blonde? Who are you playing? Depending on who you're playing, I can give you some advice. An Ice Melon, by all means, go for it. They fixed auto-resolve? Yeah, auto-resolve is really good right now. A lot of the problems with auto-resolve has been addressed. I think I'm gonna have to come murder you, lad. You're playing Greasus? Alright, my best advice is to... Oh, you're gonna run away, aren't you? My best advice is to... Depending on who you were sharing a territory with, I would, in your shoes, put a military building inside the settlement. Because look, I'll show you. I'll give you a demonstration. Which one has the military building in it? Is it Grimtop? It is, isn't it? Look, 32. 32 diplomacy. If you have a military building in there, I guarantee you'll get peace with it. So, whoever is adjoining your settlement, put a military building in there, get peace with them, and you'll have 10 turns to think about what to do. Biggest advice I can give you. One of the best strategies you can do to secure your freedom, because you always want to be attacking one direction. You don't want to be fighting multiple directions. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up to fail. After big battles where my units are quite low in numbers, is it best to wait for replenishment or merge them? Fantastic question, honestly. So, for me personally, I will say it's situational. And the reason I say it's situational is because if you take a look at the unit in question, right, you can see this unit here has 142 upkeep. But if I were to try and recruit one over here, you can see it costs, what is it, 605 to recruit them. So theoretically, that's 4 turns until it would pay it off. So if it takes more than 4 turns to replenish the unit, I would say it's probably just worth recruiting them, right? I'd also mention, if you're in a pinch and you've got a lot of factions around you and you need them to be as strong as possible and there's still slots in your army, I would merge them and then recruit more units depending if you're going to be fighting very soon. It's purely situational for the most part. But yeah, if you take a lot of attrition, it's almost always worthwhile merging units and recruiting more. You can auto-resolve the entire campaign, otherwise you have to fight battle battles. I think the way that auto-resolve was calculated is back in Warhammer 1 days, right? And you'll often find, right, a lot of the Warhammer 1 factions actually have really good auto-resolves, apart from... Who is it? Vampires. Why do the vampires have bad auto-resolves? Why do the demons have bad auto-resolves? Well, it's normally because of leadership and armor. It's usually 2 of the biggest factors behind that. Normally, leadership and armor is one of the reasons why they suck. Skaven's a bad auto-resolve. Skaven have one of the best auto-resolves because of weapons teams. Wow, camp growth is really nice. It's a shame that they're all miles away. Wait, hold on. Wait, Shen Yi. Oh, there's a guy here. I'll do that. Oh my goodness, this guy's coming for my camp. If you come and kill my camp, I swear to God, I will throw hands. I'll fight both of you if I need to. I will happily fight both of you. Get the Noblob going. Yeah, they'll struggle with that. Maybe we do send the secondary army of Vud in there. But yeah, Skaven's weapon teams are incredibly good resolve-wise. I remember in Warhammer 2 playing Ikaclaw, and I was against the Bretonnians, and the game basically said to me that I won against like 3 stacks of Bretonnian armies with like really good flying cavalry and everything. And I was like, there is zero world where I would win that fight. There was zero world I'd be able to win that, but the auto resolve was fine. It's crazy. You missed the Warhammer 2 free Skelly Orbs? Yeah, the Skelly Bros are pretty insane. Also, I've got to do this. How that works. This is a couple updates. You're kidding me. Dude, they have lightning strike. Oh my god. I'm being cheesed by the AI. I'm literally being cheesed by the AI. Are you kidding me? A level 5 lord has just lightning striked me. Oh. That is what it is, I guess. Retreating is pointless because it'll move them close to my camp, and they'll just lightning strike my camp. Don't worry, boys. We cooked up here. I know exactly what to do. Don't worry, boys. We win these. Imagine calling regular mechanic cheese. I mean, the AI, though, using it. The AI using it is way different, though, now. That lord type gets it early, right? Wait, really? I didn't know that. So, when in doubt, blob it out. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. When in doubt, blob it out. That's right, boys. Oh, the blob is here, boys. And we've got the Grut sickle as well. For more wins if we need it. Oh my god, I can use it on a unit. Right. Noblers. Oh, the damage is so low. That is so low. Holy. Right, as long as I know where I am. That was like nothing, because it'll probably do a lot against single entities, I bet. Yeah, about 20 or so. I'll do a decent amount against single entities. But against tons of entities, it's like nothing. But yeah, right now you're witnessing the Noblob. We're inside the trees to evade a lot of the range fire. We're also just going to utilize the Flock of Doom to make sure to keep attritioning down their units. Yeah, that's right, suckers. Cometh at me, bro. Cometh at me, nerds. That's right. Let's go ahead and guard mode. The general can't come in because he can't handle these hands. He cannot handle these hands. It's a shame that the ogre balls are going to get crushed. Not really much I can do to stop that. I don't really want to send him into melee, honestly. Be unbeatable with Unbreakable Noblers? Yeah, it'd be fantastic with Unbreakable Noblers. Wow, they're flanking me and everything. God damn. Someone check his PC. Check him PC. Don't worry, boys. It's all good. It's all Gucci. It's all gravy as long as the noblers hold. Noblers? No. Noblers? Guys? Guys? Where are you going? Guys? Huh. I see. I see. Can't trust a nobler, can we? Honestly, I still think we're in a decent chance. Can't believe the flank works so well. And none of them coming back. Dear God. Someone wants a mental health day. Jesus Christ. These guys don't know hard work if it hit them. Right in the face. These guys haven't seen what hard work is, boys, I tell you. These guys don't know hard work if it hits them in the face. I lost? Dude, I could win that. Actually could have won that if they let me. Oh, I was going to kill so much more of them because they were so low health because of it. Dude, that was so bad. Have they nerfed my strategy? Have they nerfed the strat of doing the Noblob? They normally don't route that fast. They normally don't route that fast. I'm surprised by that. I'm terrified if he kills my bloody camp now. Just technically the campaign and Croc was basically unbreakable. Saurus is just absolutely crushed anything I got. Any hints? The biggest factor with Tomb King's early game is getting your catapult straight away. So sit inside of your settlement, recruit locally and globally, and then make sure you're getting your catapult as soon as possible and recruit as many ashes as you can. That's where your strength is. And then you just need a secondary army for chaff. Nope, blob? Yeah, it feels like that. Oh my god, they didn't attack me again. Alright, that's kind of lucky. Make peace with them and fight? Yeah, that's fair. Replenishment. Bigger spit.
With this, we'll take the world.
8 technologies for talisman preservation, I'll take that. Valor Titans is not a, yeah, it's not a, it's a normal settlement, right? Yep. Such a super interesting. I'm so sad they nerfed Cetra's starting army. The kitty cat is what made Cetra so fun. The kitty cat is what made Cetra so goddamn good. Like, having a tier 5 unit to begin with is so awesome. But I'm pretty sure a lot of factions have obviously been nerfed. A lot of factions have had their starting army gutted, for the most part. Feel outdated. Honestly, I feel like out of Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, and Counts, they're in a lot better spot.
Greasus, don't. Kill them any way you want.
I honestly think
No rules here.
I would hope that Vampire Counts or Coast get the love first.
This way.
You're 3 for 3 on PvP. Jory, you're doing land battles of domination.
The hold, master.
Tomb Kings are better than Warhammer. They're better than 3 and then 2, you think? Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of quality of life that happened for them. What buttons do you hold to do mass formation move? If you select them, hold down Alt and then left click. So literally hold Alt and hold left click, and you can move them like this.
Big boy. I choose here.
Jesus, this guy is so rapid. Once they start moving from this, oh my goodness!
Fire. The blades.
In fairness, him taking the initial brunt volley is probably the best target. How do you attack then? Utilize control lock. You can move them like that. As long as they're at locked formation, they'll attack whatever's closest. It's one of the best things about him. Oh, Greasus, everyone's in there. We're all beating up everything, and then Greasus is slowly making his way over. It's sort of like when there's certain quest battles that involve, I think, Teclis or Tyrion, and then by the time the battle's over, like they arrive as if they've saved the day. And it's like, oh, thanks guys, appreciate you. Thanks for turning up at the very last second where we don't need you anymore. You know, all of us have bled, and we've only just survived. But yeah, appreciate you, lads. The strongest and the fattest. This is why Ogre Bulls are so good as well. The mobility they have is cracked. 54 speed is really nice. And then we're getting a nice blob here, which is going to be huge for the Flamestorm. Looking forward to that. As long as stuff like the Noblers aren't nearby. Because obviously they'll take a ton of damage. Yeah, I've got to be really careful with my Wizard. He's only got 38 armor. You'd assume they'd have a wee bit more armor, but no. Oh, beautiful positioning of this. Oh my goodness, this is going to be disgusting. Ogres, me lord. Morphine cabaret. Hold on, guys, blow it into the other direction. Not towards my troops. Good enough. Good enough. Perform better if you use them as cavalry every 13 seconds. Yeah, but against stuff like Dwarf Warriors, they don't have the DPS to win. You got a question? Absolutely, go for it. What I might do is just cast this through here. Just to reduce their leadership while this is going on as well. Should get a mass rout. How do you know it's truly all ogre? The last ogre's taken the L. That's when you know it's ogre. It's all ogre. That's when you know it's all ogre. Iron Guards are so good. Ogre fact. How the Maw came around was the Dragon Emperor of Cathay got so annoyed at ogres in general, he summoned a a powerful spell. Imagine something like 10,000 Comet of Cassadors from the Heavens Magic. And he yeeted it towards the Ogres. And Zinch corrupted it to be Warpstone. And that's how the Maw came around. Because the Dragon Emperor getting annoyed at them. You know, you'd assume he'd be like, you know, let's go have a chat with them and see what's the situation. But no, he was like, let's summon basically a faction killing level of spell. Yeah. What a rational plan. Yeah, it's not the smartest of plans in the world. He wasn't ugly amused. God damn it, is he? Worse have been Zinch. Not really. But Zinch definitely had his hand in it. We are struggling to kill this guy. They were eating his people. Yeah. They were munching Cathaeans, in fairness, that is true. They were munching Cathaeans, that is true. I mean, ogres just basically eat anything, right? They killed all the Titans. If I'm not mistaken. That's why Greasus is the wealthiest in the world, as they raided all the Titans. I can't remember what happened, but ogres used to have some of the biggest numbers you've ever seen. Like, ogres used to have the numbers of, like, a Skaven Vermintide. But I think a plague or something took them out. What are Titans? I'll talk about it. So, Sky Titans. Not Sky Titans, Titans. Where are they? I'm trying to see if there's any actual good lore about them. Greasus. Hold on. Pretty sure if you look on Greasus' wiki. There we go. So, let's go through it, boys. Let's do a little lore drop. So, obviously Greasus fought against Titans at the very beginning. That's basically how he rose to vast power. Because he took the Scepter of Titans from the Sky Titans. And they raided the entirety of the Sky Titans. And these were a race of super intelligent giants, right? So super, super, super intelligent giants. And, they were in the Far East, in the ancient giant lands. So they were like a humanoid race that was super tall. Like, giants are typically speaking quite dumb, right? But these guys were super huge, super strong, super awesome. And... oh wow, many ogres believe that the final peaks they climbed in the ancient giant lands were not mountains at all, but instead the eldest of the Sky Titans, now permanently enthralled in living stone. I believe they were just like a civilization of giants, and they got overrun by Greasus. Somewhere over here. Yeah, Sky, that's basically, I'll put it in the chats. Gotcha Village killed the last Sky Titan? I think so. I think so. That's basically how Greasus gains his immense wealth, is because of Sky Titans. Regular giants are like Sky Titan kids, yeah. Do you mind if I ask chat if anyone asks? You can ask in the Discord. Absolutely, go for it.
Shockingly obese.
That's what it's used for.
Hold, master.
Uh-oh.
There's no gut bigger.
Rank 4. Rank 5. Hey, Sebastian. Appreciate the posture. Meter that hit the more, killed most of the ogres. It did, yes. Yeah, that would make sense. That's why there's very few numbers now. Ooh, auto resolve is tempting. Especially to kill the entire army. Very tempting. Wait, where did I get 10,000 gold from? Crushing defeat. Oh my goodness, let me just quickly find it. Talk about how Scrag got his meat hooks. Yikes. Dragon Emperor. The guy wants to make it a impassable radioactive wasteland. Yeah. That's why it's the Warpstone Desert, right, Grekel? That's why the environment became the Warpstone Desert. It was sort of similar to what happened with Nagash. Nagash made so much of the deserts. Like, it used to be a massive oasis, right? It used to be beautiful terrain, but he basically was like, if I can't have it, no one can have it. That's basically the TLDR of it. He was like, if I'm not able to live here because y'all don't like me, none of you can have it. None of y'all can have it. I'm a little afraid that Brawlers will do insane work. Yeah, here we go. Hit him with the old Razzie Dazzy. How's the campaign going? So far, so good, matey. Thanks for asking. How's your weekend going, lad? Geez, Zogables is so good. Nagash Shield. Yeah, well, he was arguably one of the strongest humans ever within Warhammer Fantasy. Nagash did nothing wrong. Interesting. All right, how many of y'all think Nagash did nothing wrong? I mean, the one sad thing about Nagash is he lost because of plot armor. Like, when he was fighting against Sigmar, all of a sudden he's wearing the crown of Nagash, so he was immune to his spells. Come on. Like, Nagash truly is the end of the world. But it was almost comedy how he was stopped. And the circumstances that led up to him not being able to be to end the world. He's the ultimate Chad. Right, guys, Sigmar or Nagash? Where'd you guys lie? Where's your allegiance lie? Sigmar or Nagash? I honestly think Nagash would be cooler. I prefer Nagash. I think Sigmar would be boring in comparison. He's just a dude that's really powerful. Nagash is like the ultimate... Yeah, ultimate necromancer. Created necromancy. Did so much. He's a brute with a hammer. Oh, absolutely. He's a beast with a hammer. But Sigmar, even within the end times, couldn't stop it. Because if I'm not mistaken, Sigmar took over Calfrander's body to try and stop the end times from happening, and obviously didn't happen. Sigmar's Calfran's Besarkles a bit more. Calfran's actually not a good fighter. I think that's a pretty large misconception. Although Calfran's has Norscan blood in him. Like, he is very tall and strong. Like, yes, he is a... he has the biology to be an exceptionally powerful fighter. But I wouldn't consider Nagash... Excuse me, I wouldn't consider him a very decent fighter. In the grand scheme of things. Like, you wouldn't consider him to be, like... a terrifying fighter. He is a statesman first and foremost, you know? There are nobody akin to his powers when it comes to being a statesman. Like, he's unbelievably diplomatic. And that's exactly what the Empire needed as well. If I'm honest, that's exactly what the Empire needed. They needed a diplomatic leader. For example, if you take a look at Todbringer, right? Todbringer is Ulrich influence, so he doesn't really necessarily believe in gunpowder. And for obvious reasons, that's a really bad thing in the grand scheme of things, because of the fact that, you know, if you're going up in warfare and you're like, nah, gunpowder's cringe, bro, we're not going to use it.
Outruled.
You know, you're not giving yourself all the advantages in the world. Sigma take him over? Yeah, he did, yeah. You're playing very hard, Greasus now. Nice, Shaco. How's it going, bud?
We ain't happy.
We ain't happy.
The
Right.
Iron Dragon's assistance
Nice.
will only be granted for good
It's good that we
reason.
have recent events involving the Western provinces. Oh, of course, I killed the, I did the contract, didn't I? Pog.
Master Butcher.
You can play on normal?
The great.
Interesting. What do you think you struggle with the most? So, I'll give you a really quick TLDR of how I set up campaigns. I build growth everywhere, and I make sure I secure myself for luxury resources and trade it if I need to. Because you can see right now, I am trading at 90% and 90%, so another trade agreement, I'll get more money. The entirety of the reason I have money, cash flow right now, is because of the trading I'm doing. Build growth everywhere. Do not build too many armies. It is a mistake I see so many people do. If you're playing a mortal faction, just build garrison buildings. Build your garrisons. Your defensive structures to defend instead of a secondary army because it's free.
Butcher in chief.
Micro, it's not necessarily the campaigns, it's just poor battle ability. Play the dwarves. Honestly, play the dwarves, or if you really want to push yourself to the limits, play Bretonnia or all Sun Ash. But I honestly think dwarves will teach you... with the dwarves, you have enough time to learn. Or play 0.5 speed, yeah, that works too. Because I wouldn't ever put yourself in a situation where you're struggling. Use pause as much as you need to. Slow it down as much as you need to. When I first started playing, I did that. You know? There's no shame in... When I was playing Warhammer 1, I used to slow it down all the time and pause it all the time.
Your great bulkiness, but
My great bulkiness.
the Black Orc war boss seeking to take these mountains for his own
I am.
has been lured to the fire mouth as you requested. Now
My
the
army is ready
time
for him,
to
honestly. My army, low-key, do be ready for it. Let's move over here.
I said move.
It sucks I'm locked into the movement. I'd love to be able to use the other one now. Let's go ahead and buff everybody up. Ogres are cute. Don't you want to hug them? I mean, ogres are probably good huggers. Let's be honest. They probably have good hugs. You got 2.5 hours in all 3 games and still play on slow mode? There's nothing wrong with that. I feel like if anybody tells you how to play the game, the main concept for me is just have fun. You know? Also learning what's good type of units. Diver, what faction are you playing? What faction are you playing? It's one of those really awkward things with since the game is so vast. There's so many options. Lizard boys. Oh, Saurus Warriors all day, every day. Lizards have... Oh, unless you're playing Oxhurdle. Depends who you're playing, actually. That's the funny thing about it. There's so many variants of the game sometimes. It's crazy. Wish Nagash would be the true end times for the old for the world in the original story. Yeah, me too, honestly. Nagash would be such a way more interesting. You like Krotgar? Good, because Krotgar's the best. Spam Saurus Warriors everywhere, and push north towards Queek. Take the entirety of the area on your north side from the beach. Make friends with Thoric, and then laugh, basically. Normally, Zinj takes a while to get towards you. Ogres, my lord. Full landmark of the pig batter? That sucks. Bok, yeah. While we hold the high ground, we have the advantage. Who's this? Anakin? Are we fighting against Anakin here or something? Look at these big old boys. Honestly, there's nothing more satisfying than playing ogres and charging into goblins, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my goodness! Covered in blood! Jesus. The blood of gobbos everywhere.
This way. Reckon so.
Let's push the infantry back towards the other side. If I'm not mistaken, spiders spawn. Oh, it feels so good that the fanatics are useless. Blood for the blood god. Honestly, Corton would be proud right now. Corton would be so proud. Look how little damage I'm taking. Ogres are so goddamn good at fighting them. Look at the fanatics just doing more damage to their inventory than mine. Brilliant. Yeah, bless them. This is what ogres are very, very, very good at doing. Fighting high entity, low HP per entity, small entities. Here's your nobles, poison attack, faction wide. Poison attack is basically 15% ward save, I love that. Poison attack is so effective. So, so, so strong. Oh, I didn't see the general there. Let's go beat him up. Am I going to have to go run towards the Spooder? I think I am. Could get a flame vortex over there, which we'll do. God, these poor guys did not stand a chance. They did not stand a chance. It's a shame they don't just understand to shoot them guys. Because hitting these dudes would be so useful. But they always hit the banner unit. Wait, why are they just standing still? Sometimes it's best not to ask. Maybe I should go over there, be smarter. Who's this that's attacking my wizard? Batter him. Yeah, get out of here, Ras. Get out of here, you rascal. Alright, let's reposition, readying for the rest of them. Who's your favourite elf lord? Imric as well, 100%. Imric is goated, man. Imric is my favourite elf. Even though I'm not a big elf guy. I'm not a big fan of elves in general. The only reason I like Imric is because of his lore as well. Imric in lore is not an absolute douchebag. Like, most elves are awful. Like, most elves are generally, like, awful. Because they know that they're amazing. Like, elves have evolved to the point where they're good at everything. And they know that they're good at everything. Whereas Imric is one of those guys that, if he tells you he'll do something, he will do it. Right? Like, he is prepared to do whatever he says that he promises. Like, he's an elf of his word. He's a true elf of his word. Whereas, it's a very rare trait for an elf to help other factions outside of the elves. Wait, could you guys hear her licking the microphone? She's a lively one today, I tell you. Alright. Get the guts out for the boys.
The glory of flame. Over tyrant going. I'll crush them.
Things like that, but still a jerk.
Take it all.
I mean, the entire short joke was so funny to me. Because Teclis is the diplomat for the High Elves. Teclis is quite literally the diplomat for the High Elves. That's his entire role within the society of the Elves, is to broker peace and be a voice of the Elves to other factions. Yeah. What are the factions do I recommend for beginners? Great question. Cathay, Zhao Ming specifically, is fantastic for newer players. Tyrion is fantastic for newer players. Honestly, Grotgar, Gorok is better than Grotgar for beginners players. If you want to play lizards, I'd play Gorok instead. What else? Zhao Ming's great. Dwarves can be really good, depends on how how you want to do it.
Fire belly moving.
Good PvP again, match against noobs. It depends on your matchups as well, Joe. Kislev are S tier in multiplayer right now. There's certain matchups that are very, very favoured towards Kislev. Equally, you got to play it well as well, so maybe a bit of both. Maybe Creek, going to try Skaven. I honestly don't think, like, Skaven to me took me a long time to learn when I was a newer player, because they're fundamentally a different faction. Like, they play very differently. It is so weird why they're not running at me. I really don't know why. Right, I'll fast forward at them. Like, have they forgotten about ogres that much? See if I can bait him over. Let's run back. Then just two of them over. Kislev campaign is not for beginners. Oh, definitely not. Kislev is very difficult. Kislev has too many issues to be a good beginner's campaign. You get surrounded by too many factions. IMO. Go. Honestly, Greasus should actually do pretty well against the spider. Like, he is a genuine anti-large specialist. Let's see if he hits. Didn't buff his damage. So right now he's got 39 bonuses as large. Is he just missing everything? Hold on, I'm actually invested in this 1v1 now. Wow, and the spider runs away from me. Oh, he's hitting. No, he's actually getting hits in now. No, he's actually getting hits in. Yeah, we start judging him like that, and he's all of a sudden playing like an absolute god. Okay, Greasus, I see you. I see you, Greasus. I think he just struggles to hit small entities. Into an Order Horde faction that can teleport around to keep the world from imploding. It's an interesting point. I just think, right now, I'm not sure if you guys agree, but Gelt's campaign is far superior to Teclis' campaign. Gelt is kind of what Teclis should have been to begin with. I'm not sure if you agree with my take or not. But Gelt's campaign fundamentally should have been what Teclis should have been from the start. But the power it revolves around him. But yeah, I truly think that Gelt is just a very good campaign right now. Gelt's campaign is fun. It is. First time I play Kolek, I have Arcane down to last settlement, but I capture it. Doesn't offer Confederation. You can't Confederate as Kolek. Only Be'lakor and Arcane Confederate. That's why.
Greasus, the shockingly obese. Tribe.
Yeah, only Arcane and Be'lakor can.
They better do what I say. The
Thank you, no worries, bud.
tyrant.
Can I Confederate even DLC Lords? Nope. Nope, only Arcane and Be'lakor can Confederate Warriors of Chaos.
Tribe stater. Bold master.
It's just the way that they've set the Warriors of Chaos up.
Master. Tyrant of the
Thank you for the explanation. No, you're more than welcome, buddy. I just think it's the way that they've leveraged the Warriors of Chaos. You can vassalize everything. Yeah, you want to vassalize stuff for the strength, right? That's sort of where the cool stuff for you comes in. What else will we get? We can make a relatively cheap chunk of change. We're getting a population supplies every turn, but I'm going to want to wait to tier 3 camp.
Slaughtermaster.
How confident am I that I'm going to be able to take out these settlements? Honestly, relatively confident with Noblobs. If I can take all of this, I can just give it to... Ooh, these guys are really good because they heal, right? Oh, only if they're in water. Interesting. I swear most maps have water. Nice. Greasus' campaign, low-key so far. Not too bad. I think I probably won't be saying that when Grimgor comes knocking. When Grimgor's like... Hello! Then I think things will change. Maybe a little bit.
Make me an offer and make it a good.
No. All of these ogres I'm going to kill. It's one of those things where you want to just try and farm experience as much as you can. If you don't have deals with the ogres, just don't trade with them. The only trading that I'm doing is to the south, and I think there's reason for that. Yo, Ash, thank you very much for the resub, man. I appreciate you, buddy. It really helps going towards the goal of Partner Plus, so thank you, man. Alright, Blood Peak. Time to murder you. Grimgor is quite literally right here. Wow, he has 2 armies with Wars. Yeah, I could take him.
The over-tyrant.
Yeah, we could take him. We got his items. What's the
shockingly
leadership plus aura plus 5? That's pretty decent. Might as well get armor of fortune in there. Chance of items crown of command, but not vibing with that. Let's use those bad boys. Really garbage talisman, honestly. Banner of Swiftness is pretty decent. Wow, Bull Standard and Bull Gut Armor. I've actually never seen an Ancillary combined with a with an armor piece like that. So Grimgor has 2 armies. 3 armies. No, 4 maybe. Obviously the wires count as well. Do you know what? I'm gonna be cheeky. I'm gonna give him a warning. This is my land. I got the balls to tell him to bugger off, excuse me my French. How the Ogres is considered buying the DLC. Honestly, they're not too bad, but I feel like it depends on what you're looking for in a campaign. Honestly, depends on what you're looking for in a campaign. I actually think Ogres are relatively fun. For the most part, they're very relatively powerful, but a lot of their strength is staggered. IMO. A lot of their strength is definitely staggered. Like, you kind of have to stack Ogre Bulls because nothing else will work, especially as Greasus. A lot of your units are relatively nerfed as well. Like, the difference between release of Greasus and Scrag and now is vast. First of all, Scrag would be in Greasus' starting position. I personally believe Scrag's starting location is really good for him because Ogres crush, and I mean absolutely crush, any human factions. Their roster is designed exceptionally well to beat human factions. Also try Britannia to learn micro a bit better. I guess it's one of those things where if you're forcing yourself in situations that's not favorable, you'll struggle to learn because you might not know what you did wrong. Bit of growth. Wow, buildings are so cheap. Get crushed by dwarves. Yeah, honestly, that's where the Ogre Bull stack comes in even for Scrag. But I definitely think Scrag is a lot worse. I think Scrag used to be far, far better, but with what they did to him fairly recently, well, fairly recent, I say on release, a lot of his power has been taken away. Wait, did they ignore my warning? Oh no, they've got one more turn to run away. God, good times when you could take Xana Grund at tier 5 as Grimgore. Who are even here? Who would I even give these settlements to? And Leffy, thanks for the raid, man. I didn't know you streamed. I hope you had a good streamer, man. What were you playing, Leffy? What is this? If I take the shrine, then take Shangyang, I can trade them to... I can trade them. Ooh, I wonder if food here. If I offer for campaign movement, will it let me attack it? Nah. Blood Bowl 3, interesting. What? How's Blood Bowl 3 right now? Because I know it didn't release in the best state. I think it's probably the most diplomatic way I can say it. Have they kind of turned it around a little bit? Has it started to turn around a wee bit? Out of interest. Let's get all these upgraded. Let's get the growth in there. I'll happily fight them if they're in force march. Full healing there as well. Love to see that. Look at this shit out, lad. I never actually played Blood Bowl. Never got a chance to play it. They're releasing... what's this? Non-aggression pact? Ooh, love that. 244, he's holding out on me. Look at that. He's starting to hold out on me. Time to release new teams at Snowblast, which sucks. Yeah, that does suck. That is honestly never ideal. Ogres, my lord. Hey, Ammon. Does the Ogre roster feel complete, as in not enough units? What, incomplete? No, I think the Ogre roster definitely has enough diversity not to be boring, per se. But I definitely think that they need... It's like Cathay, right? Cathay has a very small roster. Wait, why did he stand still? Well, I think we all know what's going to happen now. Me and Grimgore are going to tussle. Time to show this rascal what to do. I think, from a pacing perspective, we've gotten to him at a very good time. I was surprised to see you play Ogres after you made such an interesting campaign suggestion in Grom's chat a few days ago. Wait, Cassarox, what did I suggest? Honestly, I don't remember what I ate for breakfast. Not gonna lie, not a clue, Cassarox. So, if I have slept since then, I won't remember what I've said. You could offer me £1,000 to remember what I had for breakfast. I wouldn't remember. Oh, Lossless Chorf. This is Total War. Do you know what? This may sound controversial, but I truly do not believe challenge runs in Warhammer 3 is hard. I completed a no money spend, no loss campaign with what's it called? Slash dude. Nakari. Wasn't that hard. It really wasn't. I think the power level, like the levels of difficulty in this game is significantly lower than Warhammer 2. What's my opinion on the factions that need rework the most? Vampire Coast and Counts and Norska. IMO. If I'm completely honest, I think the Coast and Counts and Norska need the most love. I think Bretonia's faction's fine, it's just they're boring. Like they need more foot infantry. The way SFO sorted out demounting, I think that would make a huge difference if you could demount. I think that sounds really cocky, obviously saying it's not difficult, but I feel like if any of you guys in the chat have played enough Warhammer 3 at Legendary. I mean, let's do a test. Let's do a test real quick. Type 1 in the chat if you think Warhammer 3 is easier. Type 2 in the chat if you think Warhammer 2 is easier. Just in general. 1 is Warhammer 3 is easier. 2 is Warhammer 3 is easier. I'm actually curious to see what you guys think. I honestly think Warhammer 3 is way easier. Like, it's kind of like Warhammer 3's in a spot where I feel like, yeah. I think it's kind of mad how much easier it is. Warhammer 2 is frustratingly difficult. Warhammer 3 is fun difficult. Yeah, interesting perspective, honestly. Interesting perspective. Yeah, I felt like the way that Warhammer 2 cheated was crazy. You know, in a lot of ways, you're not wrong. I agree with you. Because for context, Warhammer 2 AI cheated twice as much as Warhammer 3 AI. Yeah. For context, that means like twice the stat bonuses. It was pretty insane. It was honestly kind of 84 speed, Jesus. Dear God, this is going to be pretty valuable. Most of you are Black Orc, right? So the Burning Head's not going to do much into it, but I might as well for the Orc boys. Oh, that's it. This right here, this thing right here, is the exact reason I can never play Historical Total Wars anymore. That right there. That right there is the reason I can't play Historical Total Wars anymore. Because if I can do that in a Total War game, I want to always keep doing that. You know what I mean? Like, that's so hard to give up, man. A good cavalry charge, though, low-key. Three Kingdoms cavalry is so good, though. In a Historical Total Wars defense, Three Kingdoms charging is so tasty. Dear God. Absolute slaughter. The beautiful thing is the Flame Vortex doesn't do that much damage to Ogres because of how much HP per entity they have. So casting it into your own blobs of units is super effective. Are you going to try Pharaoh when they release new factions? Probably, honestly. I don't actually... Pharaoh on Legendary is not fun, not going to lie. The way they balanced difficulty in Pharaoh was not good, IMO. I think it's unnecessarily hard. Maybe I just suck at Pharaoh, which honestly could be it. Rome 2 Pike Cheese is the most satisfying thing I've ever played, yeah. But it's fun for us to watch you. Yeah, if you guys enjoy it, I absolutely happily will. Nobody likes Three Kingdoms? Nah, that's not true. When was Three Kingdoms released? Um, 2019. And if you look at the Steam charts... Yeah, look at this. That's actually quite impressive. This is a 24-hour peak, 8,694 players. A game that came out 5 years ago has had a peak in the last 30 days of 10,000. It's basically maintained 9,000 players since release. Wait, why did it get 25k in total 2021? Like, this is insane. Like, Three Kingdoms is a very popular Total War. It's probably arguably one of the best Total War games they've ever made. I would happily sit by that. I think Three Kingdoms is one of the best Total War games they've ever made. I'd die on that as well. I'd die on my sword for that. I think it's the best Total War game they've ever made. Alright, let's move back over here, because I think they're going to be over this side. Short luxury resource, let's get some trading going. Most people didn't get into it. It's because of their DLC management. I honestly believe the only reason the game failed was because of how they released their DLCs. It was like, oh, we're building up really cool characters in Three Kingdoms. Oh, by the way, we're going 200 years in the future, smiley face. It's like, oh, okay, cool. I have no idea who these people are. And that's the very first DLC they released.
There's no gaps bigger.
But yeah, I love Three Kingdoms. I might do a Three Kingdoms campaign soon. I actually might do a Three Kingdoms campaign. Talking about it is making me want to play them. And on the Twitch side, ads are going to be running in 30 seconds to get rid of pre-roll ads, just as an FYI, boys. To get rid of pre-roll ads on Twitch, ads are going to be running in about 15 seconds now. More people play Rome 2, Medieval 2, and Shogun 2. That is true. But I feel like the modding scene for those games are a lot bigger. I think the modding scene in general has been has taken those games. There's a more dedicated community per se. But I still think Three Kingdoms is one of the best Total War games I've ever made. And I really do believe that. I think Three Kingdoms is such a good game. I think if they took things like coalitions and put it into this game, it'd be so good. I think coalition as a mechanic would work so well in Three Kingdoms, in Warhammer 3. But then again, you'd have to worry about Order Tide. Oh wow, Grimgor himself is here. Right, let's do the melee attack sacrifice, or offer. And I guess smack Grimgor a new one. Let's get the mass and speed. I'm running some. What are the coalitions? Good question. So basically, coalitions in Three Kingdoms is basically alliances, but you basically bring people into the alliances. The alliances basically mean, oh, I like that guy, let's be in a coalition. Oh, I like that guy, you like that guy as well. Let's both bring him into the coalition. So you're all fighting with each other. So basically, instead of having it where, you know, you've got just one faction is in alliance with another faction, it's all of you are in an alliance. So if you're prepared with these coalitions, no one can mess with you. Literally no one can mess with you. I remember getting a coalition with like 6 of the factions, and nobody would mess with us. Because it's like, oh, if I have to fight you, I have to fight 5 other dudes as well. And I don't want to do that. So it's a really good way of putting yourself in a really nice defensive situation. So a group alliance, like in, say, Solaris with Federation, yeah, similar. Similar. It's such a good mechanic. I think it worked really well. Wish I got Bulls had leadership buff from like 70 to 55, I don't know. I mean, they already have relatively decent. Their base value is 16. I think Grimgor gives them a relative amount as well. Is there any units that I'm going to be struggling with? The Doom Divers are going to be really annoying. I honestly think it's going to be a case of just running at them. The Underway was perfect for me because I needed it to be wide terrain like this. Oh, what does feasting do before battle? The feasting, the 5 food that I put in gives you speed. I think it's speed, leadership, and mass. Something along the lines of that. Wow, 13 leadership. 13 leadership is mad from Greasus. Lock those bad boys. Right. It's time to move. I'm just going to go ahead and right-click on them. We'll get some magic on. While old tide would be rough, chaos would benefit from it greatly too. Yeah, I feel like the worry with coalition mechanic would be that too many people would be in massive alliances, right? Oh god, this guy's speedy. That's a speedy lad. That right there is a speedy boy. This fella's not messing around. He's got Wayfarer. He's got the evasion speed. Ow. That's the Doom Divers. Mate, he is so fast. Grimgor ain't got nothing on this guy. Hold on. I'm just gonna ignore them and just run towards here, this army, and put the flame vortex down. Jeez, I'm faster than this guy's mount. No, that's a trash spell. Let me buffer it by cancelling like that. Then cast it again. So if you didn't know, you can cancel spells by buffering another spell. One of the best things you can do. One of the literal best things you can ever do is buffering spells with another spell. So if you think the cast is going to be garbage, you can buffer another spell to cancel it. Such a useful thing to do. Unbelievably useful. Nice. So this is a classic case of what you would call a constellation of forces and utilizing your strength against the enemy. So on points like on the far right here, I have far more troops and they're easily able to trade up nicely there. And so I can easily take advantages in the situation of this battle because I'm basically winning in the fights that I'm taking. Because I'm utilizing the units that are really powerful, and obviously having a fire mage massively helps too. Fire magic is busted. What's my thoughts on the DLC, including the dwarves? Honestly, great overall. I think they have brought some really cool stuff into the game. I think Tamarkan. I just the only worry that I have is power creep. Obviously, I think from the sustainability of the game, the only concern that I have is power creep. As you compare that DLC to any DLC that came out a year ago, or a couple of years ago, the level of strength the factions have now is vastly different. And that would be my only concern. Because if they keep up the level of power creep, right, everything's just going to become OP, and then the factions that are old are just going to look terrible. I think that's my only concern as a creator for the game. The Vampire Coast? Yeah, Vampire Coast and counts. Terrible to play. Same with Norska. In comparison, anyway. Does make Grimgor. Yeah, Tamarkan is very, very powerful. Tamarkan is nutty. I mean, he's the best duelist in the game, no? I think he's probably now one of the best duelists in the game because of his passive. His passive is incredible. If you guys don't know what it is, basically when he's dying, he basically resurrects, does a huge amount of AoE damage, or excuse me, a huge amount of single target damage, and heals while he's doing it. So he doesn't die to begin with. He resurrects for a little bit. Yeah, look at the strength of these ogre bulls, man. You can't tell me these guys aren't nutty. Like, we're rolling over all of the orcs. Like, even the black orcs were kind of winning. I guess it's a man-eaters there, that makes sense then. I'm really intrigued to see how Tamarkan's doing. Because I think Grimgor's Tamarkan's victory condition, if I'm not mistaken. Oh wow, we're losing. Blackhawks are actually winning up. Seemingly it's very scattered though, which is a massive advantage for the Blackhawks. Strip that down. I want to be more accurate with the damaging we're doing. A little bit more accuracy just to make sure that we're not hitting our own orcs. Excuse me, our own ogres here. Oh, them too much, let's say, excuse me. Tribe on the move. Oh, Grimgor's unbreakable, of course. Right, Grimgor's unbreakable. Grimgor versus Greasus. Who wins, boys? The question you've all asked yourselves at one point. Is Greasy good enough to take down Big Man? Go on, Greasy. Get in there, lad. Let's see if he hits. Nope. Let's get a miscount here. Let's get a miscounter. That looked like it hit. That definitely looked like it was a hit. 1.1k. Jesus, you'd assume I'd be battering him. It's the Iron Guts doing the damage. Just dropped by to say yes. Hey, Kramer. Hold on, let me do this. Just spread these guys out to make sure we're surrounding them. Honestly, the damage is all by these Iron Guts, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like all the damage coming through on him is the Iron Guts. Maybe not. Is Greasus actually doing damage? Honestly, he is. Surprisingly, he's actually getting hits in. Yeah, he's not doing bad at all here. Yeah, honestly, didn't do as bad as I thought. Wow, I'm so shocked by that. Yeah, wow, I'm really shocked by his performance there. Normally he's... I don't want to say it. Have they fixed him? I don't want to jinx it. Have they fixed him? Strongest legendary in the game, confirmed? Yeah, that's it. Here's when Grimgar turns his back on him. Oh, is Grimgar attacking elsewhere? Was that why? That would make sense. Plays Norska versus Malachi, and the Spirit of Grungy was the most epic in the experience until a lot. Yeah, Thunder Badgers were very strong. They've definitely been tuned down, but they're still very good. Hopefully we don't lose any of these Ogre Bulls, because the veterancy is going to be really useful here. The veterancy is going to be hella useful. I think they should survive. As long as one or two survive, the unit shouldn't die. Well, there's one Grimgar recover. Oh, 100%. Needs to give Greasus his speed back. Yeah, give him 400 speed. Agreed. Wow, 10 meat seems very limited. The good news is, since we killed the War General, the War's dead.
Greasus, the shockingly obese.
Get him... Snacks is pretty useful. What's camping? Oh, camp growth for all facts. Honestly, the camp growth changes nothing though now. It's 20 per turn, and it's... yeah, I don't think it does anything. If I'm not mistaken. Wow, 40 armor is kind of wild. Because yeah, you can only get one per turn. And yeah, it's 20 you needed, so... The extra capacity is the big one. Yeah, it's one of those things, I don't think I need it. Oh, nice. Armor and weapon armor piercing. Getting towards the snacks would be huge. Be huge. You win monstrous inventory, usually. Always survives the battle, yeah. Pretty sure Greasus can 1v1 Termacan and win. Really? I'd have a hard time believing that, because I feel like Greasus just seemingly misses everything. Greasus' performance in fights has always been subpar, it feels like.
The strongest
Alright, let's grab all the guys that were on the right-hand side here.
Fire is life.
Everything else can hang back.
Monitors.
Ah, you can come over.
Greasus. Don't.
Dude, this mage is so swift. Greasus wins the fight. Does Tamakan have the AoE damage thing?
Spreading fire. The flames rise.
Nice.
Follow the fire. Fire Billy moving. Saw.
Pass him to death. So that's in multiplayer as well.
Yes.
I know he starts with it in campaign, but I'm not sure with multiplayer if he gets it. So I know there are subtle differences between multiplayer and campaign.
The glory of flame.
If I fireball through there, I would imagine it would probably hit some of these fellas as it goes through. Did not. Go on, third stank. Bop him down.
The flames.
Give him a bopping.
I seek challenge. Greasus.
This is my one quarrel with Greasus. Like, literally, as the battle's ending, he's, like, on the way there.
Of the volcano.
That's the struggle with having a lord that's so goddamn slow.
Priest of the volcano.
Feels bad, man. Oh, but the Doom Diver's all the way over there. Is most of their army on the right-hand side here or something? In sure multiplayer, is it usually... I think on the low end, multiplayer is very enjoyable because people build random stuff. Like, I've hosted multiplayer I've hosted multiplayer beginner tournaments. And you will often see very, very cool armies being built. On the high pro end, everyone is sweating with really good armies. Everyone's min-maxing. They're taking what they know is good. So, depending on the level that you jump into, it fixes a lot of it. Domination mode solves a lot of that. Yeah, Domination Land Battle is vastly different from one another. Like, I think Land Battle is a lot faster. Domination is open for more flexibility, let's say. Head ranked is better on Domination than Land Battles. I think most people that play Land Battles are good players on the ladder. I think Domination is more open up to newer players. Inability to move camps. Yeah, Rotten Treads, Treat, I agree with you, buddy. Immobile camps. Limited options for roster due to the nerfs they've had. Is one of the biggest ones. And lack of identity due to those nerfs, too.
Greasus, the shockingly out place.
You know what, I need to go into more red to get richly rewarded. Because it does Iron Guts as well. Right.
Slaughtermaster, guided by me,
Over there. Ah, crap. The rats are sieging them.
Most masterful of masters.
Can you play ranked as a beginner? Yeah, you can queue up. But keep in mind, there's no ranked ladder. Like, there's no elo ladder. So you could quite literally queue up against somebody that is a professional player. Which is the only issue with it. Yeah, we must trade agreement. Yeah, go on then, love. So animation still derpy? Yes. Do you mean derpy as they rampage around and jump around? One of the few mechanics will work well. It's you can't move them, but they're still the best mechanic. I think it's one of those things where trying to look for good in a faction is a great thing to do. But if you compare them to the Black Arcs, right? Black Arcs are superior in every way. Like, Black Arcs are superior in quite literally every single way. These guys are running around my army. I don't think I will be able to stop them. Ah, he'll run him around the army. What I'll probably have to do is run over here then. If he takes the Val of Titans, I'm not going to be too beaten up about it. But I think multiplayer in general is fantastic. There's some really good content creators like Tor and Human Boy and things like that that make some really good content for the multiplayer scene. So overall, a great place to be. If you want to learn it, there are networks to learn it. That's for damn sure. Still more stat and game military building in there, and we'll trade it to Cathay for a ton of money. Little sad about this, not gonna lie, but I would assume. Wow, they're just gonna rot them down. I could bring this guy back. Depends if I think I can beat up the rats as well.
My will does not bend.
Surely when they siege it, they're gonna be in trouble. Just big learning curve. Yeah, I would agree with that. There is definitely a big learning curve. Oh my goodness, yo, Treats, thanks for the $6 super chat, man. I appreciate you, buddy. What a legend. Enjoying the pain of Greasus campaign for the greater good. What a martyr. You know, I love y'all, so happy to suffer with the Ogre campaign. I think in the overall, I don't think the Ogres are that bad. I'm not gonna lie. I think they have their problems. They have a lot of problems. But I definitely think that they're bad, but not like unplayable bad, right?
I see we have a visit. Agreed.
There's definitely things that need to be better with them. But thank you for the $6, man. Just need some tweaks. Well, I agree with that. They definitely need the tweaks because of the fact that they nerfed the majority of the roster. I'm going to assume that this guy's going to attack Greasus here. So I need to make sure this pretend, because he'll take the Val of Titans, which is fine if he does. But man, they're painful to play sometimes. Up trading is very hard for them. I honestly, one of the biggest things that I have for the Ogres, I'm not sure if you guys agree with, but their transition from early to mid game is very difficult because of the camps. Because of the way the camps function, their transition to getting higher tier armies is actually difficult. Because you're better off utilizing Ogre Balls at higher tier than using other units in mid tier. Because you can't transition to better armies very well. Because Ogre Balls perform so well for so long that by the time your camp's ready for it, because it's so much money. Like 8 grand for this one, 10 grand, 20 grand. And you're talking about a good chunk of change for these as well. Like, it takes a long time to get where you need to be. It really takes a long time to get to where you need to be. Playing the queue for the land battles coin toss. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the land battles right now, the balance is very shifted. Kislev are OP and Empire are OP. Like, I think that's probably safe to say, right, Olaf? Like, Kislev and Empire are pretty damn OP right now. Kislev OP? Oh, 100%. Kislev are insanely powerful in domination. Land battles, excuse me. I mean, they're good in domination as well. Kislev are honestly one of the best factions in domination and land battles. They're good at both of them. And then Empire now is good, reasonably decent at both now. That's one of my most complaint. It feels like you never stop using Ogre Balls. Yeah, honestly, I would. I'm an attesting to that as well. Like, by the time you finish your short victory condition, you'll still be using Ogre Balls. Wow, 1 minute 32. Why is that War taking ages to get in? That's so strange. Hold on, let me have these lads up front, and then you guys can follow. I'll just block, run him in. Why are you all running? Why is he walking? Get your butt in there. Let's ungroup them now. They'll maintain the positions that I told them. Yes. Ezra does a good job. Yeah, I'm very excited for the update that Venrus is working on. I imagine Venris is cooking up. Apparently it's been 8 years since Venris was modding, I believe. Or picked up the game. I honestly have a lot of love and respect for modders. Like Chaos Robbie doing such awesome stuff regarding the map designs and stuff like that. Super cool. Super, super duper cool. And like for content creators like myself, having something that's refreshing and different is such a blessing. Especially when, you know, everyone can face burnout, right? Everyone can face burnout. It's not like it's a hard thing to do. Yeah, the old world map, SFO, and yeah, there's just so many ways to make the game refreshing. I've actually never played what's it called? Radius. As it was my understanding that Radius was sort of it's not lawful or that lawful, and they make everything really OP, which I'm not a fan of. But maybe my understanding is incorrect. Whoever's played the mod, please correct me. I'm always happy to be wrong. I've literally never played it properly. But from what I've heard, it basically just makes it gives you a lot of OP stuff. But yeah, I've not played it in a while. I played it in Warhammer 2, I'm pretty sure. But I haven't played it in 3. Because they say that SFO is like Legendary Plus difficulty. Nice. Looks like the Ogre Ball's going to push the archers a little bit further away. That's a little bit of a shame. That's what Radius was like when you played it. Oh, really? Had tier 5 everything. Oh, that's that. I mean, that in itself is pretty cool. It's not OP, but the unit's still every roll possible. Detects from the faction's identity. Yeah, I think for me personally, I like factions having weaknesses. I'm not sure about you guys, but I like it when a faction has weaknesses. Because I don't think a faction should have everything. It was like the example when Ogre Cavalry came in for the Dwarves. Didn't feel great. For me, anyway. I didn't like the fact that I had Cavalry. Even though it was awesome, obviously, but just kind of takes away from the identity of the faction. Why are Dwarves my favourite then? I actually don't know. I think Lord of the Rings is a big part of why Dwarves. I love Dwarves the most. Oh, this is a beautiful flamestorm here, boys. Does anybody want some toasted mushrooms? Any of you guys hungry for mushrooms? Fresh on the fire right now. Guys, blow it the other way. Blow it the other way. Blow it that way. Guys, blow it that way. Nah, guys, it's going the wrong way, lads. We needed to start blowing it that way. Let's get Greasus over. One thing that I always like is talking about certain foods. Like, do you guys like mushrooms? I swear by this. People never dislike the taste of mushrooms, they dislike the texture of it. If you don't eat mushrooms, you don't like the texture of it. It's nothing to do with the taste. I have never met a person to dislike the taste of mushrooms. It is always the texture. I love mushrooms, personally. It's always the texture. It's never the taste. I don't think I've met anybody that hates the taste. What taste? Mods? Mods that guy, please. I mean, I feel like, yeah, it definitely is a case of you have to put stuff in it. Like, mushrooms definitely absorb a lot of the flavors you cook them with. It is like if it was genetic, it means you're allergic. Yeah, that's a wee different, aye. Especially when grilled, aye, definitely. Love me mushrooms. God, fire magic is so goated, man. Very few magic schools compare with fire, I swear. Wait, why are these lads over here? Get back in the fight, boys. Come on. Oh, these boys are giving him a crumpet over there. Oh, watch this, boys. Are you guys ready for some ping pong? Hold on, it's time for ping pong, boys. I'm pretty sure it should work. Ping, ping. Ping. Yeah. Ping, ping, ping. I love it when there's pieces of terrain like that. Because if you didn't know, wind, breath, and vortexes and everything, they bounce off of walls. It all bounces off of walls. It's bloody beautiful. With Gelt? No, everything. Everything does. It's not specific to Gelt, though. Spells will always bounce off of walls. If it's a moving spell. Let me just cast this Burning Head through my inventory. It doesn't matter. Burning Head does not do a lot of damage to me with high entities, and it's going to cause them to rout. Yep. I just went to Zerg, sorry. Metal Searing Doomstorm is pretty competitive to fire. No, nowhere near. The damage, they've nerfed Searing Doom too much. And I'm not sure, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Does the AI avoid bombardment spells on difficulties that's not legendary? Does the AI try and avoid spells on all difficulties? I literally never play not legendary. Not AI spells, but some. Very hard. They do? Wait, they do avoid spells. Depends on the battle difficulty. Oh, really? I did not know that, Checo. It's meant to avoid spells on difficulties above normal. Interesting. On very hard to do unless the unit is engaged. Interesting. Yeah, I know with it when they're engaged, they don't try and avoid it. Hopefully I killed the Wa army. So I probably should have chased them more. Punishment seems so bad. Wait, they repeat attacked me. You're confident, eh, boys? Jesus. Played my Nakari campaign with the Sword of Cain and the names. 200% Greasus destroyed them. Nice. Yeah, I maxed out the Sword of Cain, and I maxed out the Crown as Cal Franz, and it was insane. He just walked around and murdered everything. I had him and a Life Mage, and I just killed everything. I think that one of my biggest quarrels, I'm not sure if you guys are similar, one of the biggest annoyances in the game is when the AI dodges artillery. As if they suddenly become mathematicians and calculate the exact location the catapult's going to land, and then perfectly avoid it. Like, fair enough, you've got a reasonable understanding where it's going to be, but knowing exactly where the artillery piece is going, that's capped there. That's capped. I feel like you'd have a really hard time figuring out where it's going to be. It's not that hard to dodge as a player. The unit icon flashes when artillery targets you. Oh yeah, no. Artillery is not hard to dodge at all. But I feel like, from a simulation of war, me seeing a grudge thrower over here, and it's lobbing rocks at me, I wouldn't know where it is. Knowing where that's going to land is going to be is not an easy task. Right, that's not an easy thing to do. And it's the same with magic spells dodging. The only reason I hate the fact that they avoid the spells so well is because as the player, like watch, let me just grab a unit. Right here. Look at this unit right here. Searing Doom has come on me. I click to move away. 1,000 years later, they've moved. Similar over here. I move like this. Turn around. 700 years later, I've already been damaged. That's my only biggest annoyance with spells when they're getting cast on you. It's near enough impossible to dodge spells. Just because of the nature of how they work. But overall, I think the game's in a good spot. I honestly think the game is in a really good spot. I really do. They've done a really good job overall with the latest patches and DLC. I truly believe Thrones of Decay is exactly what we needed. And the 3LC counteract is going to be awesome too. Queen Bess is being bad is sad. I remember when Queen Bess was the greatest gift to Earth. I remember when Queen Bess came into the game and I was like, oh my god, this is the most overpowered unit I've ever seen in my entire life. And now it's like a regular cannon for the Empire. Like a regular cannon for the Empire performs at a similar level. That's pretty sad. Bad initial direction. Yeah, it was the first 0.25 seconds you could cast the direction of the vortex. I honestly think that it wasn't intentional. I honestly feel like it wasn't intentional by CA making it so you could guide it for the first 0.25 seconds. But now, if we're being honest with ourselves, no way. I would rather have the current implementation of vortexes than the previous implementation. Because the reason why the first 0.25 seconds of the direction was so important was because the vortex spells were like just like zooming around the place. Now it only moves at 2 meters a second, so it's really slow. So you can actually get value from them. Whereas before it was pure RNG what they were going to do. Now there's at least a little bit of consistency. At least there's a little bit of consistency now. Oh, the drums, yeah. I actually don't mind Ogres, honestly. Yeah, grape shots. Do you know what? Funny enough, the Dwarven grape shots had an accuracy of 3. Hold on, I think the wonderful Greckle sent me a picture of it. So, in the game files, right? By the way, shout out to Greckle. He's an absolute legend. He's been helping me a lot understanding things in the base game. So here, I'll show you guys it. So, shockwave radius in the game right now. The dwarves used to have a 3 shockwave radius, which determines the radius around the projectile where damage will still be dealt. So, it used to do a huge AoE with the grape shots, right? It was basically 10 times better than the Empire variant of it, because the Empire variant was 0.3. And I think they unintentionally had it at 3 instead of 0.3, which I think is funny. And then one of the really cool things that I was talking about earlier is melee CP and missile CP, right? This is the reason why missile units work so well in auto-resolve, is because, typically speaking, they have a hybrid of CP of missile and melee CP, because their melee stats count still as their combat power. But yeah, obviously your CP will be reduced as part of using ammunition, though. And if you're wondering what CP actually translates to in the battle, is your CP translates to the balance of power, like the red and the green line of your own balance of power. What do you think about Amber Wizards in the Witch type army? I think Amber Wizards. Honestly, not the greatest. I just think Amber in general is not the strongest school of magic the Empire can utilize. It's hard, as Amber is sort of like a generic, does good against most things, but then you're looking at things like fire mages that can kill a lot of infantry. Then you're looking at things like, yeah, great skirmishing because of the summoning and things like that. Yeah, skirmish is more what they facilitate. Skirmishing is normally what they're a lot better at. Wow, we absolutely smashed them. Wait, did that army die? Surely being attacked twice, you would die, surely. Lord Flock of Doom, yeah. Flock of Doom is solid. Flock of Doom is really, really good. Non-aggression. No, mate, I'm going to kill you when you take the settlement. Ogres, I think it's one of those things where ogres have been perceived as very bad for a long time because of how lackluster their campaign mechanics are. It is one of the biggest factors to consider with their lackluster performance.
Over tyrant, Greasus Galton.
I think their fighting with ogre balls is actually relatively good. Wait, Loki is kind of annoying because I actually really want this element.
To touch a dragonborn is blasphemy.
Can I attack this Skaven? Wait, I've got to go all the way around. Wait, they're taking attrition. Oh my god, he has no home. Wait, he's got no home and he's taking desert attrition.
I serve only the
This is a freebie, boys. Right, maybe I should put a military building in there. 2 turns because it's red terrain, that sucks. We'll trade that to Cathay. Easy peasy. Fog of Doom, does it trigger the AI to attack? Into attack mode? Yes, if you do enough damage. It's all based upon the damage you do to them. So when they're attacking, it's purely dependent on how much damage you've dealt to them. Once you've hit the threshold of enough damage dealt to the AI, they'll come and attack you. Unless you've got artillery, then they'll naturally come and attack you anyway. That's the main difference. Yeah, man. Ogre balls are so goddamn good, it's crazy. I'll just wait until the Skaven just rot themselves. My main province is making a good chunk of change. This guy's holding the line against the likes of Helm Gorst. Thankfully, he's not coming throwing hands just yet, but he's probably going to start fighting me soon. But him being at war with Imric and Nurgle, Kugath, excuse me, probably going to deter him at least a little bit. Earn 5 big names across all characters. Wait, hold on. What's my big names on my mage? Can I put one on you? No, you don't get one. Hunters get one, though. If I'm not mistaken, the hunters will get them. So interesting that the mages don't.
Tyrant of the tribe.
Let's make this and start moving towards the hunters, because if we can get unbreakable noblers, it's such an insanely powerful army. Like, unbreakable noblers are so unbelievably good. They trade so well, it's crazy. The level of power between the two is unbelievable. It's so wild. The mount is cool. Yeah, don't the Amber mages get a unique mount? Do they get the Griffin? So Amber's actually become a really, really decent fighter. But yeah. Why choose the hunter building of the Lebelcher? My army is better off with just melee right now. I'll be able to get both. I think as long as I get both, I should be fine. Where's the Lead Belchy? Yeah, now the money issue. Wait. Oh my god, is this going to be an absolute heist? Oh my god, it's an absolute heist. He's even helping me take the settlement. Oh, mate, get scammed, son. Oh, get absolutely scammed, Miao Ying. I'm going to trade this to you for an alliance. You're welcome. Oh, man, this is exactly what he needed. We're using this for an alliance with Cathay, with Miao Ying, and we're going to use this settlement to get an alliance with Zhao Ming. So everything on my east is completely sorted. This is exactly what I was trying to protect against. Oh, I clearly has built the main building in this one. Wait, I haven't. How have I made so much more money? What did we do to make that much money? Oh, you're joking me, matey. Another army here. This is the problem where attrition is going to become the issue. Can I force march into it? Yeah, I can force march into zone of control, actually. I'll do that. I need the secondary army up here now. We'll bring this guy over to start taking away territory, because if I'm having to try and if I'm fighting in multiple directions, then I'll never be able to win the overall trading.
The Cookmaster has you, mine.
It's so weird that I can globally recruit from the world in 1 turn and locally in 2 turns. Good old inhabitable climate. Good old inhabitable climate. Where's this one over here? Ogre Bull recruit rank +2. Weapon strength +10. That's so late down the tree of it. Wild. Treasury reward 50%. Well, 50% of 0 is still 0. Oh, income from all buildings can be actually really good. As you cancel the deconstruction, it increases the value. I'm putting a military building in here. Once I put a military building inside of it, I can trade it, and it'll be worth like a bazillion. If you haven't seen what it does, it'll probably blow your mind. If you haven't seen what military buildings do, it'll blow your mind. Yo, attack speed enjoy. What's up, dude? Have you been playing any Realms of Ruin out of interest? I'm going to trade Shrine of Alchemist to Miao Ying, and it'll be insane. Why they're worth more? The game just treats military buildings as very, 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 very important. Ah, shoot. I'm forced match, and I'm against Grimgore. Not ideal. Should be fine. I'll show you after this one. In the game code, it basically treats military buildings as very, very important, because it means that the AI can recruit from there straight away. For some reason, that is just what the AI really looks for. We should just be able to crump him, honestly. Yeah, running towards Grimgore here, we're fine. He's clearly swapped into this army. I got an Ogre Tyrant called Gog the Skinny. Love that. Yeah, normally the AI moves themselves towards the reinforcements, so just run towards them. What is it even the Great Maw? A Great Maw is just sort of what the Ogres worship. It's how the Great Maw came to be was, we explained earlier, the Emperor of Cathay was so sick of the Cathayans being eaten by Ogres, he summoned a Comet of Cassador worth, like, the strength of 10,000 Comets of Cassadors, yeeted it onto the Ogres to kill them, and Zinch transformed it into a Warpstone Comet of Cassador, like a massive explosion. That's how the Warpstone Desert came around, but that's also how the Maw came around as well. So it's basically an amalgamation of Warpstone magic, is basically what the Maw is. It's not known, but there's some rumors it's an alien creature. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It was, of course, you're right, Zebka. Zebka is correct. He thought his kid was killed. Thank you, Zebka, for the check. I mean, yeah, when you think your kid's been killed and eaten. Which one was it? Do you remember which one of his kids? Yeah, Zinch transformed the comet. Yep. Zinch malformed the spell into Warpstone. That's how the Warp Desert came around. Call me Ogres. Pass that net, no worries. That's sick, thanks guys. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, Ogres are pretty cool. I quite like Ogres personally. Let's just wipe these guys out from the face of the earth. Fire magic is so much fun to use against goblins, I swear to God, man. And thanks for all the follows, guys. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for all the likes, the subs, the follows out. I really do appreciate all the support. You guys are the best. I'm just a homie, just having fun playing the video games. Absolute pleasure having you guys here. No, Todd's out. What's your favorite campaign to play? Ungrim, honestly. Either Belligar or Ungrim. I'm very biased towards the dwarves. I can't help it. Let me throw the healing on these guys, actually. Honestly, is the most effective utilizing of the Butcher. I think Ungrim's campaign with the new DLC is brilliant.
It's the dying battle. To dying battle. Do not shame your ancestors down below.
Fighting against zombies, yeah, you can pretty much one-shot zombies. Gorse is in shambles. Which factions do you think have the worst start? Ooh, interesting question. It used to be Zinch. It used to be Kairos, but now Kairos actually has a really good start because of all the mortal units he's been given. I don't think many... Boris, honestly, is not as bad anymore. Do you think Boris, guys? I guess it depends on the RNG of the campaign of who declares war on you. Yeah, it's an interesting question. It used to be, honestly, it used to be Marcus Wolfheart. My god, Marcus used to have a bad time. He used to have to fight a feral Bastilon turn 1. God damn, good times. But they obviously nerfed it. I think in Vortex it's still there. The Iron Guts will be fine there. Jesus Christ, he's speedy, this lad. Absolutely zooming it. Absolutely zooming. Yeah, chuck it over here. Yeah, maybe Boris, honestly. I think it's one of those things where they've actively tried to make the game easier and easier, I feel like, for newer players. I guess honestly, any campaign can become difficult depending on the RNG. Like, Karl Franz definitely has the capabilities of being a really difficult campaign. Jesus Christ, Grimgo's absolutely munching us. Get him up again. The Axis in Warhammer 2 was rough. Yeah, he was underneath the Empire, wasn't he? Slanesh? Oh yes, Slanesh can be hella hard, depending on what you're used to. Like if you're playing Slanesh for the very first time and you go from playing like the dwarves, for example, to then playing Slanesh, my god, that is suffering. Yeah, Katarin's actually a hard campaign. I'll give you that. Katarin can become suffering, but then again, Malachi now being in the game makes it a lot easier. Just naturally, because you have a lot more allies. I think that's my only issue with that one. I think naturally the campaign has become easier because of the fact that Malachi exists. If Malachi wasn't on the campaign map, then I would definitely agree. Because basically the 90% of the issues that you face is obviously Throp becoming very powerful before you have a chance to deal with him. But Malachi obviously is there to deal with it. He died in your campaign very soon? Really? In all the campaigns that I've seen him, he's a live lord for ages. He's a man that refuses to die. Very impressed with these Trollguts. Elithanar's quite alone. Yeah, but I feel like the difference there is High Elves counter the Dark Elves for the most part. If you take any early game good Dark Elf army against any good mid-game, early game Elithanar army, you wouldn't get remotely close to them, you'd just die. You wouldn't even remotely get close. Shadow Walkers and things like that against you, there's nothing you can do. Gotta be aggressive? Oh yeah, definitely. I think in all your campaigns, you've got to be really, really aggressive. It's the easiest way to take advantages is just play ridiculously aggressive. Like, psychotic levels of aggression kind of thing, you know? But if I can keep Grimgor alive, I can heal my hero here. Greasus away. I think I'm way faster than mine. This is why I hate Grimgor, I'm not gonna lie. He's so goddamn slow and useless. You name me a legendary lord as useless as Grimgor. Pro tip, you can't. He's so slow and useless, man. Not good enough. He's, for someone that's supposed to be the biggest and the baddest, he certainly isn't the biggest, and he certainly isn't the baddest. He's a duelist? I mean, I'd agree, but then if you look at Imric, Imric is far superior in every way. He's also a very good duelist, but he can also kill infantry. He can kill everything. I mean, he definitely can pop some stuff, especially when he utilizes your next. But he struggles against infantry. It's one of his biggest flaws. Did the 1v1 today? No, unfortunately, we've rescheduled it to Wednesday. So the FFA 1 versus 1 versus 1 with the Koi and Sotek will be on Wednesday. You think he's actually quite strong? Really? You guys think Grimgor's strong? Total Fanboy. Love the picture, Total Fanboy. Prince and Emperor. Some of the amount counts. I think overall, my overall thoughts for Ogres is their roster is lackluster because of all the nerfs. Their campaign perspective is terrible because you can't move camps. Your settlements can only go to tier 3. Your overall ability to influence campaign things is very limited. Your identity has been taken away from you because they scragged identity with Gorges and they're nerfed to the ground. They're useless now. I just think that they used to be very strong. And they're taking away a lot of his power. Or taking away Ogres a lot. They're taking away a lot of the Ogre power. Which is a big shame, you know. Which has lost his Stonehorn. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty savage. It seems wild to me. I think 10 meat might be the cap. I feel like 10 meat might be the cap. Nurgle into Zinch as a starting enemy into Malice. The minor Nurgle faction is not too bad, honestly. Does charge bonus apply per entity hit? Great question, actually. Charge bonus applies on every entity that has entity contact. So, every entity that's running and it hits another entity has the charge bonus applied if they go into the charge animation. And the way that charge bonus works is you can see 52 charge bonus here. That 52 gives me a flat 52 melee attack, 52 weapon strength that gets translated into a percentage of my weapon strength. So let's say I have 75% armor piercing. That 50 will basically become... What is that? Jesus Christ, I've really put myself in the spot here. 30-ish? No, for 90. 65, 30, 60... 65? Yeah, 75-ish. AP damage. It goes into percentage. And it diminishes 8% every second. 8% every second it diminishes as well. So by 10 seconds, it's basically useless, the bonuses you gain from it.
Boss of bosses, overtyrant, Greasus goat.
So we're going to go into snacks so we can be really durable in melee. Where's my line of my inventory? Wait, is it all the way up here? Yeah, it is. Wow, I'm going to force match to that then. Let me take his strength rank. He's only got 1 weakened army. Charge bonus is pretty disgusting. Yes, charge bonus is very, 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 very good on your initial damage. Then it falls off like crazy. Your initial attack with it is incredible. Right, here we go. So, what I was talking about. Kramer, if you're still here. Military building. Talking to Cathay. Military building settlement. 37. Just with 1 settlement, instead of it being 4. So that's a free 4.5k in a defensive alliance. And then we'll build it over here as well. And then now, I need you running over to take all the settlements on the right. Just charging in and out with them. Yeah, it makes sense. Honestly, it's more laziness than anything, me not charging it, cycle charging them. It is genuinely more out of laziness. Let me drop another camp here, actually. It's going to be very beneficial, especially with everything going around. Wow, that considered itself a new lord. That's really interesting. Oh man, we're going to get absolutely tons. So why do you cycle charge cavalry? Yes. Cavalry, especially shock cavalry. And I'll give you the example as to why. If you look at shock cavalry, a great example of that is Kislev, actually. And you go to Griffin Legion, 70 goddamn charge bonus is insane. And you can see that the damage is so unbelievably low. So you have to, because they're a shock cavalry. In and out, 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 in and out. You should not be keeping them in long, prolonged combat. Also, on the Twitch side of things, boys, to get rid of pre-roll ads, ads are going to be running in 20 seconds. You're not going to miss anything. It's just to get rid of the pre-roll ads so people don't have to suffer and watch an ad when they join the stream. Appreciate you guys. And if you want to support the stream and sub, by all means. Bloody Nora, matey. You're asking me to go all the way over here, but 10k is a lot. 10k is an awful lot. Camp growth plus 100. Does that instantly give you 5 points? No. Yeah, 5 population surpluses. I don't think it works like that, right? Contracts need to rework. I hard agree. It's such a useless mechanic. Sentinels and Dreadrock. Okay, matey. For 1,500 treasury, let me traverse across the entirety of the map for you. Sounds like an absolute deal, that. Does he know I'm playing his boys? Ogre, I mean, Akoi is the Ogre Lord. Let me grab that one just in case I'm ever around there. As that one's a really good one. Let me do great if you're going to have to march through the entire map for that. Well, the thing is, ogres are mercenaries, right? Ogres are quite literally mercenaries. That's their job. That's what they were good at within Warhammer Fantasy. That's, from a lore perspective, what you would rely on them. You would rely on ogres, and you would pay them handsomely to help you out in means of warfare. So the contracts aren't super reflective of that. How many armies the AI Greenskins can have? Yeah, definitely. Only in bordering provinces? Yeah, it wouldn't be terrible, especially with how they've done it with the grudges that get calculated. Lol, peace. 5,000 to peace. Now I'm coming for your 6 settlements, buddy. I'm coming for your 6 settlements, pal. I'm gonna be all of that. Munching all of your settlements, buddy. This army is going to munch up this one. And then move around to this one as well. And deal with Nash one finger. I think he's, his war, he no longer has any wars, which is good. Ah, that sucks, because I don't have the 20% movement speed. I only have, I have the melee attack, I can't attack here. It's fine. Let's get hunters. We really need hunters ASAP, honestly. I'm in desperate need of getting hunters. Let's get lead belchies as well. Nice. The money we're making from this 2.1k is wild. And we're also getting another 10% from all buildings too. Which is going to be another tons of monies. It's the Moorgate, right? That has the other one in it. Yep. Global recruitment reductions is so good. It means I can recruit little belchers into Greasus' army whenever I want. So it'd be super nice. I'm actually interested by this question, guys. If you, on a scale of 1 to 10, had to rate the Ogres, 10 being an amazing faction, everything about them's perfect, 1 being, obviously, they're not very good, where would you scale them on a 1 to 10? I'd probably put them about a 6. Maybe a 6.5. 2 to 3? You guys would give them 1 out of 10. 1 out... Right. Come in, Q. I'm going to have to ask you why you're giving a 1. Same with Jankov. On release, 9, now 5? Yeah, honestly, on release, they were like a 9, 10. No jokes. You're not wrong. We're looking at a bit namby-pamby, boss.
We're looking a bit namby-pamby, boss.
We can smash stuff up, good, but in a world full of demons and dragons and whatnot, maybe we ain't scary as we thought we ought to be. The good news is, the Firebellies reckon we can use one of their weird flame rights on the old tribe. That is absolutely brilliant. Where's the building that got damaged? Ah, this element. Oh, it didn't disrupt the, Oh, he was wounded! Bruh! You're kidding me! Oh, because this little rascal wounded him. I honestly thought that event was what killed him. I honestly thought for a second then that event killed him. Dude, what the hell is this army, Grimgore? Stop it. Get some help. Oh, do we have this one upgraded now? So yeah, once again, boys, military building. And this is a capital, so he'll want us even more. Watch this, watch this, watch this. He's going to be gagging for a military alliance, I bet it. Watch. He'll be a military alliance. This will be like 60, maybe 70. Oh, only 37, surprisingly. Oh, you traded with Imric. Oh yeah, 100% military alliance then. Defensive, you know. Pipe down, lad. Pipe. 972. Is he having a laugh? I'll make him go bankrupt then.
Eyes.
Literal brokey. It's fine, I've taken everything else. I've put him into minus money, by the way. So if you guys don't know, I've literally put him into a minus economy by asking for that money. Worth it, though. He's got to pay the dosh, you know? He's got to pay the monies. Let's kill these guys. Wait, is it an actual settlement? Probably a minor settlement battle, maybe? Yeah. Mechanic can be used as a flexible prize and upkeep. Level 3 hero, wounds at level 17, just AI things. Yeah, right, done. I'm surprised. Is Gelt snaking his money or something? Josh, you're saying 10. 10 for the relatable gut. Love that. Love that. That's why you're the goat, Dizzy. That's why you're the goat. Gotta go. Kramer, take care of yourself, man. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for watching the stream. I seriously appreciate it. Have a great rest of your night. Take care. Right. Do you know, I've just thought of a really interesting idea. I don't know if you guys would be up for it. What about if I take my YouTube viewers and take my Twitch viewers and we create like a champion of both? Like have 3 or 4 people as chat champions representing YouTube and Twitch, and you guys fight each other. I think that'd be pretty interesting. And then we can settle once and for all who's better between Twitch and YouTube. I think then we can decide who's better between Twitch and YouTube. But the problem is, I nominate anyone but me. Like IRL, right? No, obviously not. In Warhammer 3. Plus, we're all a bunch of nerds. Like, you guys, none of you guys in the chat can fight. Don't even cap. We're a bunch of nerdy gamers, so stop the cap. Meme stacks only, though? Yeah, meme stacks would definitely make it funny.
Greasus,
Like, when's the last time you guys went outside and touched some grass? And you're saying you want to fight each other IRL? Come on. Come on. Hey, I ain't touched grass in a long time, boys. You know what I mean? I'm involved in that group too, so you know, I'm not being rude here. That's spread out. He was a white belt in karate like 20 years ago. Whoa! Alright, boys, give him the respect. Give Junior the respect he needs. Easy, Tiger. Easy, Tiger. We appreciate you not giving your 100% against us. And for context, the white karate belt is one of the beginner ones, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain it is, isn't it? I did, what was it? What did I do? No, it wasn't jiu-jitsu, it was something else. Similar martial arts, but I think it's for more of a younger audience. White belt's your first belt? It is, right? Yeah, I thought so. Is that literal intro? The first belt? Oh, Fry, you legend. Hey. But, let's be honest, boys. Better than some of us. I don't have the white belt. I haven't started karate or anything like that. So, you clearly leaps and bounds ahead of us. Clearly leaps and bounds ahead of us, so, you know, we don't have really a leg to stand on. None of us have a leg to stand on, brother. Your master was Steven Seagal and you trained Bruce Lee. Huh. Wow. You gotta be pretty tough then. You gotta be pretty tough, huh? You have got to be pretty damn tough. I'm surprised no one talks about Chuck Norris, though. I'm surprised none of y'all said, like, something to do with Chuck Norris. When I was a kid, all the memes were about Chuck Norris. Any form of strength, you'd always mention Chuck Norris. Now he's never named. Now he's never there. Chuck is 90, though. Wait, how old is Chuck Norris? That was such a meme 20 years ago. He's cringe now? How is he cringe? Chuck Norris killed the memes? Wait, did he? What did he do? What, did he, like, play into it a bit too hard? Did he play into it a little bit too hard? Did he kind of low-key play into it a little too hard? You know him so much? I just remember him being the GOAT. He was the GOAT when I was a kid. He's 84. Fuck, I'm old. He wasn't that old when he's not 84. Hold on. Chuck Norris age. He's 84. Jesus Christ. Right, no, man, no wonder we're not saying Chuck Norris. He's 84. Jeez. It's old people's humor now. I mean, you say that, but I'm pretty sure the average audience age that watches, like, Total War is, like, 25 plus. He made it his personality? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that does get kind of resident sleeper. Nice. Do you know what I miss? Total War Arena. That's what I miss. Total War Arena would be Pog. Also, October, much love to you, buddy. What did you do, October, in the army, if you don't mind me asking? My granddad was in the SAS. He was an absolute Chad. He was a parachuter within the SAS. He was an absolute giga Chad. And then none of his kids, or anybody related to him, did anything to do with the army. Literally the greatest, one of the greatest military forces in the world is the SAS, and he was in it. God, he told me some crazy stories. Unbelievable. I mean, the mad thing is, back then you didn't like, mental health was not really a thing at all. You sort of had to put up with everything. It's crazy. Alright. Thankfully, we didn't take too much damage here, which is huge. This army I'm not too worried about, honestly. It's such a shame. The bloody shaman killed my mage, man. How long until the camp's recruited? Couple turns. So we can recruit some ogre guts, which might not be terrible. Wow, snacks is huge. Big.
Chuck it on my loot pile.
How many stacks of greenskin you killed? That's crazy. Oh, we've killed loads. I'm just feasting on Grimgor right now. I'm telling you, this is what perfection looks like. If you're playing Greasus and you don't do a full ogre bull stack, you're doing it wrong. As the ogre bulls will always outtrade orcs. Orcs struggle massively against ogre bulls. Wait, hold on. Didn't I upgrade another one of these? Yeah, we're upgrading this one. Did I upgrade another province? Oh yeah, we're upgrading that one. So next turn it's going to be upgraded. How much is the It's 6 grand. Recruit rank plus 7 for firebellies. God damn. That's going to be good for the secondary army. It's going to be good for this army then. Chuck her in here. Who says that? Persistent Totems. Are you ready to go back to war? Yeah, crazy. Until Tamakan or Kolik comes in with anti-large? I'll be fine. Honestly, the only anti-large is singleton fights. And the Plague Ogres don't trade up that well. I'm not too worried about Plague Ogres. Dual weapons and iron guts, my lord? Yeah, iron guts are so good. Who are you at war with? Wait, why'd you hate me? Strategical threat and aversion. Wait, why do I have aversion with you? Plague Ogres get beaten by Manators. Well, the tier of them are vastly different. You'd hopefully still expect it. Gorgs are still very good. Nah, I would probably... I firmly disagree with that, unfortunately. I think the identity that they once had, they're just a different unit, honestly. I think for the most part, they're very weak. With Scrag, I think the problem I have is Scrag's item takes so long to stack. That buffs them. It takes so long, it's crazy. Like, to actually get your Gorge's massive buffs, it takes so long. I think I remember doing the maths with the nerfs for Gorges, and they nerfed the overall damage output of a Gorger by 80%. It was actually so wild. I'm not even kidding when I say that. They literally nerfed the overall damage output of Gorges by roughly about 80%. From release. Yo, Gripper, good to see you, matey. I'm doing well. How are you, pal? Also, thanks for all the stuff you sent over. It was interesting read. But in fairness, they were very strong. What cross battle do you think is the most fun? Ooh, interesting question. Probably Kyrus' cross battle. I honestly think Kyrus' quest battle is really cool, because you fight yourself. I like the idea of it. Come on, you buggers. There you go. Split off into different directions. Yeah, Glacier, thanks for the follow, buddy. They don't like you because Greasus ate their pudding. Probably wouldn't surprise me. Right, guys, if you had to choose between... If you had to choose, right, between being Hellman Ghost and Greasus, who would you pick? Who would you pick if you had to be either Hellman Ghost or Greasus? I'd probably be Greasus because he's hella rich. My man has money. You're halfway there. Save. Yo, low-key, COVID was rough for my waistline. I'll tell you that for free. Cheeky takeaway every night. This is going to sound like cap, but I generally couldn't buy food anywhere during the first lockdown. Like, literally nowhere had food for me to buy. So I had to buy takeaways every day. It was amazing. But my god, did I put weight on. I had takeaways straight for like a month. Because I literally couldn't buy food. It's going to sound like I'm coping and I'm capping. But generally couldn't. It's going to be like, oh yeah, sure, Battersea. Yeah. Yeah, oh no, you have to buy loads of takeaways. Oh no. It is kind of mad how, like, we all lost, like, 2 years of our lives to COVID. Let's keep cycle charging in using my charge bonus here. What kind of takeaway did you get? Yes. Honestly, is the best way to answer that. Where I live, there's any takeaway you can imagine. It's very nice. Thoric is a pretty cool quest battle. Well, I think Thoric probably has the quest battle that gives him the most powerful item. Probably that. It's between probably Isabel and Thoric. For me, it was, yeah, I think Thoric probably does give probably the best item. Clad Borak is so powerful, it's crazy. Yeah, Flock of Doom is going hard right now. That 25% damage increase with this is not bad at all. Let's start shutting down some of these archers. Let me heal, because that might actually just kick in army loss bonus, I'm not joking. Healing my lord here, giving him a lot of health, might be enough for army loss bonus to kick in. Yeah, is he on a mount? No, he's level 1, so he's not on a mount. Everyone else here, apart from the Lord, chase these archers. You chase those boys. Some of you come out of that one. Cast into here because it's going to affect cavalry as well. We shouldn't be far at all away from this win. This is why nobles are so goddamn good. They just print value off, man. Nobles are really, really effective if you put them in situations where they can fight slowly. Like, if you're letting them fight slowly, they're so strong. Nice. Ogres Warhammer 2 Final Cross Battle is pretty fun. Snitch's Warhammer 2 Final Cross Battle is pretty fun. Was it for me? It was Tuesday. Yeah, it was so weird. You didn't feel Casimir out sheer boredom? Yeah. Honestly, I went and ate food from the fridge so much as well once I finally got food in. Like, I was hella bored just working from home. I just couldn't leave. So I was like, do you know what? 2-minute break. Let's go down and let's get a cup of tea on the go and a biscuit. I was drinking so much tea and biscuits. It was, like, insane. Half the weight I put on was probably just eating loads of biscuits. Surprisingly, not that many losses, which is good. Pyrrhic Victory would have killed all of them. Gives poison. Yeah, Pig Batter. I'm going to have to fight Helman Ghost, though. Helman Ghost. We'll get to him eventually. It's just my army, like this army, wouldn't do well against him. Greasus' army probably would struggle as well. I need to change up my composition a wee bit. It was wild to me how much... what's he called? Helman Ghost got nerfed because of another faction. Like, Helman Ghost got nerfed a lot because of Kugath. Because of how much Kugath struggled against him. Alright, one more turn and we can upgrade this one. Nice. Tea and biscuits on my Brit. Yeah. I mean, sorry. Excuse me, mate. You got a license for that. Excuse me, mate. You got a license for that knife. I'm looking good today. Yeah, thank you. Much love to you. Much love to you. What I should have said, C4Tron, is, are you looking to the mirror? Because I can say the same thing to you.
No one can stop us now.
I'm keeping Kugath and Dragon Isles. Yeah, I really don't know. Ooh, now we're talking. Crane gunners and cannons for ogres? I don't hate the idea of that. I do not hate the idea of that. How fast is it going to take that to get them to like me? Wait, I need a province. Oh, it's being crafted now. That goes pretty hard now. Grand cannons. Let's go into quest. Is there any quest battles you got for me, matey? No, you don't have any allied missions or anything for me to generate them. I think it's probably my best interest to increase the capacity of the outpost as soon as possible. Oh, interesting question for you guys. Imagine if, let's say I warged Blood Peak and the previous owners of Blood Peak were a different faction. I imagine it's just the settlement. It's not the faction that you are at that point. It's the settlement. But the benefits that you gain... Yeah, what happens if the faction's killed? How does it determine the strength rank? Oh, it's on the original value of when you set it, isn't it? It's on the original value of the strength rank of when you attack them. It's not when they... It's not afterwards, is it? Ooh, Nemesis Vision of the Crown. Let me just set his big name real quick. For the enemy leadership reduction. Knock, knock, Grimgore. We're coming through. What faction do you think builds the best economy? Ooh, really good question. Greenskins, honestly, have a really good economy. Because Greenskins... The difference with Greenskins is that they pay back their money buildings straight away. I think it's like 350 to build it, and they make 350 a turn. Khorne is a very good faction for economy, which is surprising, but it's true. Khorne's economy is amazing because everything's so cheap. It is literally so unbelievably cheap to build things as Khorne. The second you start going wide, it's insane how fast you can snowball. I'm just going to move them towards, and then we're going to... Oh, shoot, I'm fighting this without my mage. I might be in trouble, actually. I actually might be in trouble here. As I don't have my mage. I forgot that I don't have my mage in the army. Yeah, I might struggle here, boys. Well, we'll see how OP they are. We're going to see how OP Ogre Bulls are now. I'm going to struggle into a settlement. This is not good. Limit testing? Yeah, we really and truly... Playing on legendary difficulty probably isn't the smartest idea to limit test like this, but hey ho. Let's break this one here. So, fun fact, this guy's not going to die. Psych! See ya! What happened to the Firebelly? The Firebelly got assassinated by a pesky level 3 shaman.
Vultures on the move. On edge.
He'll be back soon. Alright, funnel in, lads. This is why we're destroying this game. Both hit the same one, please. Alright, as long as we funnel through here, it should be fine. And as long as we ignore Grimgore, the main factor of these... The main power that I have is killing infantry with these ogres. I can't be shot at. If I'm shot at... If the archers are actually shooting, I've just lost. Like, I might as well just hand in the keys now, you know what I mean? Might as well just hand in the keys at that point. So I need to get my infantry in there. I'll let the Firebelly and Greasus go for it. Let's demolish this one. Get him through. The sooner we can get in, the better. Greasus and the Iron Guts will be fine. Let's get you on the walls as well. Smart position by the AI, honestly. So obviously the minus... Do you know what? I'm going to ignore Grimgore, actually, now I think about it. Sucks that I'm getting shot at loads, but it is what it is. Just need to do as much damage as I can to push through here. Have I captured this one yet? No. Probably should do that. I want Greasus killing the trolls. Greasus should be focusing on killing trolls instead of Grimgore here, because I won't be able to kill Grimgore. These guys are clearly being attacked by by Grimgore. Honestly, these guys would be a really good unit to support. Let's push through here. Guys, can someone please correct me if I'm wrong? For some reason, I remember in Warhammer 2, if you destroyed walls and destroyed things in the settlement, it would reduce the AI's leadership. I swear that was a thing in Warhammer 2, and I don't see that as a thing anymore. Does anybody else remember that, or am I just trolling? Where if you destroyed walls and stuff like that, the leadership would go down by quite a lot. So you could literally start off by just destroying walls loads. Didn't remember that being a thing. I swear that was a thing. I'm honestly certain that was actually a thing. Source, trust me, bro. Did anyone else remember it? Ogres can just tear wall downs. Yep, you can just use the Stone Shaker. And you never knew. Oh yeah, Stone Shaker is what makes it so strong. They are literally one of the best sieges in the game. Ogres are the best sieger in the game. That was a 3k thing, I think. That would make sense then. That honestly would make sense, matey. Yeah, it might have been 3 Kingdoms that I'm thinking of. As fun fact for some Battlesy lore, the very first game that I streamed properly with a schedule was 3 Kingdoms. That's how I started streaming. 3 Kingdoms is what started me streaming. Started my merry adventures into the streaming world. Let's move away from those ranges there. Push through these trolls. It really sucks, the general's there. And then my second game that I ever... The very first game that I ever streamed was Hearthstone. Fun fact. Very first game I ever streamed was Hearthstone. Get these trolls out of the way if we can. Get you on the walls, shoot down. If I can shoot down from there, obviously these trolls, that'd be huge. What I can do is use this as a way to do damage to the trolls as well. Yeah, it's a tickle. It did enough to make them rout though, at least. It's good enough. Wait, Grimgore's losing against Greasus. Nice. Maybe I'm just underestimating Greasus too much. Like, unironically, he's actually been pretty damn good at fighting thus far. I have actually been pleasantly surprised how good Grimgore has been, Greasus has been. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was gonna be hella disappointed, but he's honestly performed. Kind of worried about the fighting here, though. I really need to push through here. and get these guys over this side. Hold on, I need to run through and ignore these. With Grease, wow, I'm so surprised how well Greasus is doing here. Didn't feel like I made it about super easy. Over Greasus is no struggles. Yeah, Greasus definitely is a lot better to hit things. Let's send one of you guys because we can destroy that instantly. Send one of those guys to shut them down. I'm going to ignore the trolls because they're not the problem. They're not an issue. They're a non-factor right now. They're an absolute non-factor. There we go. Never played Lizards then? Oh, I played tons of Lizardmen. Played tons and tons of Lizardmen. I just think having the availability of destroying anything that's in the map every 45 seconds is pretty damn... Oh, 60 seconds, excuse me. Is pretty damn incredible. Nice. That's so huge. Wow, I'm shocked at how easy we're walking through this inventory here. I am absolutely shocked how easily we're walking through all their inventory. So as long as we capture the middle point, it should help a lot. Do you know what? I don't care that this is here. But I'm going to demolish that now because I need to send somebody over. Send somebody over to deal with them. You focus on what's there. You can come down now. Let's get this captured. Get rid of all the towers shooting us. And let's focus on the middle point now. Once this comes down, it's going to destroy 3 towers, which is huge. Loads of barricades and stuff. And then now all we need to start doing is trading up. Just continuously keep trading up. Okay, these guys probably should be healed. Huge heal, actually. Gonna be really nice, that. And then now all we need to do is leverage the fact that we have the numbers advantages now. And just pressure in this point here. So this is a classic case of consolidating your strength. Instead of trying to attack in multiple directions, I know as a fact that my units will win in a 1 versus 1 scenario, right? I know that they'll be able to win out 1 versus 1. So I'm going to try and set them up in situations where they can fight 1 versus 1. Like, if I didn't have the advantages from a melee perspective, I would rather spread out and attack them in multiple directions. Mainly because of the fact that that would then allow me to avoid fighting their really strong units, and I could transition away from them. Hold on, I'm going to try and move these guys a little bit further up. If I move them up a wee bit further like this, or more of them can attack him at once. But the issue I'm facing, I just knocked him over. Collision damage just completely knocked him over. That was brilliant. Love sieging as long as you've got good artillery. Yeah, good artillery is a massive factor with 3 in sieges sometimes. Right, terror routed there. Honestly, everyone just move over. Can keep the Ogre Ball dual weapons hanging back though. I need to make sure we're getting at least a couple of Ogre Balls in there. Wow, these Giga Chads. They have 12 entities left and they're all extremely weak. The first ones to get into combat. You'd love to see it. Yeah, nice. Yeah, this is the problem. Only... Oh, 3 of them's attacking, that's fine. 3 of them attacking with anti-large, anti-infantry, excuse me, which means they'll hit really well. Because these are a small entity. You used to be able to, if you target it correctly, you used to be able to destroy towers, but they fixed that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I misclicked there. Yeah, you used to be able to hover over the towers and destroy them straight away. But alas, that is no longer a thing. That is no longer a thing, which is unfortunate. Yeah, really annoying, these guys. Tons of damage coming from them. Good. Just need to start trading up here. Who needs the healing? Yeah, let's give these guys more healing. They're performing really well, especially with the Over Tyrant's crown. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to transition these Ogre Balls, even though they're hella weak, to that guy, because I don't think he's going to recover his leadership. So instead of utilizing the Iron Guts there, I can get them engaged in this fight here, protecting my Noble Tramplers. Nice. Minus 24 melee attack is so good. And the Iron Guts are going to pop off now. Let's see if this deals that much damage. I don't know if it's doing damage. I think it does do a tiny, 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 tiny bit of damage.
The strong, the fattest.
Strongest and the fattest. That's my boy right there. I'm gonna use my mass to push through these spiders, I think. And the next time Butcher comes up, I'm gonna utilize it on these iron guts. Hopefully they don't lose too many entities here. And yeah, look at this. Since this is a white flag retreat, that means he can't recover as long as the unit's chasing him. Even if his leadership recovered, it would still mean he would not be able to recover. It's one of the most effective things about him. Look at that. Even a couple of them can get through him. Shutting down those archers is huge. Well, you can get into item. Oh, you can. He has a healing in melee. Greasus has healing in melee as part of his kit. It's very strong. Very, very, very strong. Nice. Not bad. Without a mage especially, my goodness, boys. Without a mage, it's huge. Oh. I'm happy with that. Yeah, now I think about it, actually, it's a Three Kingdoms thing. I remember that. It was a cool mechanic, though. If you used to do night battles and then just destroy loads of walls, like, all the guys just wanted to run, even at full HP. We're getting really close to gold chevrons here. Huge. Man, these all perform so good. Yeah, we did heal them like 3 times, though, in fairness, but they definitely performed. The Iron Guts dealt with a lot of the smaller entities. I honestly think Grimgor doesn't have anyone left. I'm going to be intrigued to see if Grimgor has any armies left. As he's basically recruiting whatever he's able to now. Taking the settlement might take away that from him. Oh, beautiful. Gems is huge to trade as well. Yeah, there's not really any need for growth here because there's no luxury resources really apart from kind of like... Look at that. 2,100 from trading is huge. Wait, hold on. Let's upgrade this one to tier 3 as well so we can build the tankard. Looks like the dwarves aren't going to like it, but the dwarves can do what? Upgrade this one as well. Wow, we are getting into such a nice position here. 2.3k being made here. Crazy. What level's my camp? Tier 3. This is the reason why you struggle to transition towards late game as ogres.
Greasus, the shockingly outbase.
I'll wait for my mage. If my mage summons gets spawned again over here, and they assassinate them again, I'm gonna be sad. Pyrrhic victory. My goodness, I really should have ogre balls in this. Either strength rank 1 or dying instead. Well, he was strength rank 1, but we've just battered him completely. I think we've done probably the best part of 10 armies at this point, including wargs. Roughly about 10 armies, I would say. There's been a lot of fighting going on. Can always try lead belchers. Lead belchers are fun. You'll have a lot of fun with them. Their fire arc is really decent. It's sort of like a crossbow. Sort of like a crossbow. Try the Ogre mod and it's still pretty slow. I think my main issues with the ogres right now is that their settlements are only tier 3. Their camps aren't movable. And their roster, you are sort of trapped into using units for a very long time. Or certain units for a very long time. Because it takes so goddamn long to upgrade your camp.
Today is a day of butchery. Tonight, we feast on meat.
Today is a day of butchery. I like the pizzazz.
The hunger.
Overcasting there was not worth it. It's going to increase the cooldown by so much. You just won your campaign with Greasus, you're talking a little bit of amount of turns. What, do you mean for the achievement? Till Total War had something similar with destroying the city? Yeah, oh my goodness, Attila. How many of you guys have played a Western Roman Attila campaign? My god. Western Roman Attila campaigns? prepare for 700 sentries per turn. It's good fun, though. It's good bants. It's good bants, you know? Legendary Western Rome campaigns. I remember each turn taking, like, 2 to 3 hours to begin with. Hey, Ultima, how goes? It goes well. How are you, buddy? Yeah, it was about 2 to 3 hours per turn to begin with, but then it would scale into, like, five to 6 hours, roughly. Western Roman campaigns were no jokes, man. 25 turns in, you've been playing for 8 days, yeah. And until over the Slavs and stop coming on the map. Yeah, the Slavs definitely had a hard time. What's the verdict so far? I think Ogres in battles are pretty solid. Like, their units within fighting is really solid. And it's their campaign that really holds them back. Like, not movable camps. Only settlements go to tier 3. Contracts are trash, for the most part. It's just, they had all their units nerfed to the point where they lost their identities. Like, Scragg's identity were gorgeous. And he made them so much better. But then they nerfed them, their overall DPS output by 80%. And so as part of that, he lost his identity massively. We're able to hit the archers at the same time, nice. Why? This is from release. They were unbelievably broken, though. If I'm going to put my hands up and say, it was required, but not that heavy. The nerf was needed, but not as heavy-handed as that. Because you could quite literally send a Gorger into anything. When I mean anything, I generally do mean anything. And it would win. On the release of Warhammer 3, there was nothing that would remotely get close to beating it. I'm pretty sure even against the Minotaurs of Khorne that specializes against anti-large, would lose. Yeah, even tier 5s would lose. I'm actually going to be tempted to try out some of the mods. They were broken AF? Yeah, they were crazy. Yeah, if you played it on release, and you play Ogres now, it's a completely different game. It is genuinely a different game. It's so weird. Ogres on release were unkillable. Yeah. Gorges would just be... They would never die and they do so much damage. Movable mods makes Greasus work normally. Yeah, I'm tempted to try those mods, honestly. Nice. This is the reason why you have to pick one side with Flock of Doom. Because if you start casting in double directions, you won't get entity kills. You will not kill any entities, and that's not what you want to do. And the also thing, the other tip is click it on a unit so it follows them. So that right there, that followed them. So now we move to this side. Yep, it's fine with me. I mean, hold on, let me... Do you know what? Click on that guy. Just make sure they're dead, you know? And then we'll focus on killing this side. This is why the Noblob is so effective. The Noblob is real, baby. Yo, Corrigan, how are you doing, you handsome bugger? Hope you're doing wonderful. Yeah, I miss when Greasus had 400 speed. It was so stupid, but it was so funny. How am I? I'm doing well, thanks, buddy. Good to see you as always, my friend. Nice. Couple more casts and we're good. Yeah, look at the kills. 509 is not bad at all. Is there a general? No, they don't have a general, do they? The Gnobtide, exactly. We call this the Noblob. We call this the Noblob. 400 speed Greasus was 6 months ago? Jesus! That was 6 months ago? I remember that like it was yesterday, dude. That's scary. I remember the Greasus 400 speed was like yesterday. Time goes way too quick. Time does go too quick, man. That's why you should live every day like it's your last. Enjoy every moment, you know? Life is a blessing. It really is. Why are Noblers so good? Mine are horrible. Go into the red tree buff farm. Buff the red tree. Give them the melee defense and leadership, and then they're fine. My savings on black and blackjack. I would also go on black. I'll tell you a funny story. My old roommate and mine. So me and my old roommate, it was called Dan. I'd played League in his like room. My PC was in his room, and we would basically come back from uni, play League together, and then we would order Dominoes. But what we would do is put £25 on either black or red on blackjack. No, on roulette. Excuse me, black or red on roulette. And if we won, we'd buy Dominoes. And if you lost, the other guy bought the Dominoes. It was a really weird thing. It was like, Battlesy, why wouldn't you just buy it? It's just what we did. Yeah. It's just the thing we did.
Greasus, the
Who's the highest standard of living centers? Noblers or goblins? I'd say Noblers probably. I mean, you've got to remember that goblins get tortured an awful lot. And what I mean by that is orcs intentionally give goblins troll meat to make them explode. And also to that point, Grimgore, if Grimgore hasn't had a fight, and I think it's 4 days, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I think 4 days, if Grimgore hasn't had a fight, he goes and kills every goblin in his army. That's after 4 days. 2 days, thank you. It's 2 days. After 2 days, 3 days everyone died. Yeah, there you go. I think goblins in general don't have the best of times. Deserved? We is goblins. Nah, I love my goblin homies.
Dominance! You dare?
Wait, he doesn't care that I'm killing Grimgore. It's probably because he's fighting Tamarkan. Nah, I'm gonna make him... I wonder if I can make him my vassal. That would be kind of amusing. No, you can't make Grimgore a vassal.
Boss of bosses. Tyrant of the tribe.
Oh, Hunter. Let's go with a disciplined Hunter. Let's see what a big names he's got. Not the best, boys. Not the best. Good trait, but bad big names. Knowledgeable.
Hunter. Beast killer.
Terror, Death Cheater, Greenskins, Lisbon. Not the best. Not the best. We're looking for the Unbreakable Nobler. Hunters can get Unbreakable Nobles, that's what we want. That is what we want. Has it been decided they're bad yet? I think... Here's my TLDR. This is the ultimate last final thoughts after playing them today. I think the main issues... Do you know, I've seen a YouTuber called... what's it called? Pirate Software. He does this. Like, let me draw it so I sound smart. Hold on. So, issue. So we'll call them the OGs. And we'll call them ogres. So ogres, one of the biggest problems the ogres have is settlements are tier 3. Tier 3 settlements. Tier 3 settlements, right? That's one of the biggest issues they have. From a campaign perspectives, only having tier 3 settlements is really weak, because that basically means that every single settlement, for the most part, is a minor settlement battle, right? You can't have any form of capitals, so you're going to be having a very hard time to defend them, right? From a defensive perspective, you will struggle because the tiers are small. That also means that you'll struggle to recruit relatively strong units, and you are completely dependent on your camps. which then kind of traverts into the fact that since you have a tier 3 settlement, you need your camp. You have to have your camps, right? And they're stationary. Stationary. Like, they don't move. So you need your camps, but they're stationary. Everything revolves around a camp that's not movable. And then you get loads of the camps that you can get given to you. But then guess what? Boom. It's only tier 2, because you can get tier 1. And then I'm going to have to wait 1,000 years to get tier 4. Right? It's kind of brutal. And so basically what happens is, the fact that my camps are my source of late game recruitment, I also have to try and defend them, right? Since I can't move them, I can't defend them really. I have to make sure there's an army inside of this at all times. So granted, the units that I can recruit in here, the upkeep's going to be really low, but it's just not ideal. And then the contracts. The contracts is a big problem as well. The contracts is a huge issue. As the way the mechanic works, fundamentally, it gives me quests to go and fight something like over here. Literally on the Dragon Isle was the quest I was given. And do you know what it gave me? It gave me 1,500. I kid you not, to go from all the way over here to all the way over here to do with the quest that they asked me to do. For 1,500 treasury. Not worth it. And it was a similar thing like over here. 1,500 treasury to completely traverse everything I'm doing. Ogres are mercenaries, fundamentally, right? And so you'd expect that. Ogres are mercenaries that are very successful at what they do. So you'd expect them to have very good mercenary contracts. And you're not wrong, yeah. One mistake and the camp's completely dead. Because they're stationary, you can't really defend them properly. And the actual defensive thing for the camp too is terrible. It's very difficult to defend a camp. Very difficult to defend camps because of the terrain and the way it's built. And I think next up, due to the fact that this works, like this is the way that this is, like this is a tier 3 camp. Turn 26, right? I'm really far away. What, I'm going to be 7 turns away from upgrading it and another 5 turns away from getting tier 4. Tier 4 is a big spike. Granted, tier 4 is actually a relatively big spike, but you got to keep in mind as well, for me to recruit any of those units, I'm going to have to sit here for 4 turns. If I want a lead belcher, if I want a camp, or iron guts, I'm miles away. I'm completely miles away from my camp, so I'm forced into global recruitment, right? Granted, this is not too bad because you can stack the offerings. You can stack this in fairness, which is not too bad. For example, if I was a smart player, I'd probably do it right now. But what's my money? How much is it going to cost? 1.9k? Anyway, I can get more money.
Leader of men.
Constrict
Yeah, we'll wait 1 turn.
the
If I wait 1 turn, we can do it. Wow, I'm really close to taking this. It's a shame I did the melee offering.
Over. Greasus needs a rest.
Alright, Greasy. Let's go wipe out Grimgor.
Consume.
You can keep that. As long as you're nearby to him, it's fine. The Hunters can probably survive out here as well. None of them have the trait that I want. I don't mind moving them over.
Get it done.
And I think that also feeds into the fact that, like you can see here, I'm requiring on global recruitment because of the fact that my camps are so far away. Well, absolutely not. My camps are miles away, so I'm having to use global recruitment, which is additional cost. So instead of having the ability to kind of traditionally recruit, I'm dependent to a camp that can't move. What else is brutal of them? Yeah, it's the issue with military. Like, I'm going to struggle to transition to different armies because of that. Yeah, hopefully Golfag is going to make that a lot better. But I think from a military perspective and how they fight, this might be, some of you may disagree, but I think their early game is incredible. I honestly think Ogre's early game spike is insane. You tell me what could contend with Ogre Bulls. Look at the stat line. Very few things can contend with an Ogre Bull like that. It's honestly one of the things that makes him so good. Slowing his army, I'm making the advice more generic towards ogres and not necessarily across the board.
Greasus, the shockingly obese.
Ungrim Slayer spam is obviously a different, different kettle of fish, right? We're talking about a higher tier unit versus a tier 1 unit.
Trade lord.
And plus, Ungrim is bespoke to killing. Finally, we got my bloody mage back.
The volcano will send us gifts.
Can I take out... Yeah, I think we're going to be wiping Grimbo here. Good. Wait, are we in range, actually? Hold on. Let me do this. And then if I do that off a maid... Yeah, we're still inside the territory. If I recruit Lord here... And I just recruit a random Lord here... And then we offer to this again... I'm pretty sure we get turn 1 recruitment, yeah. Let's merge all those Ogres together and let's grab myself some on 1 turn, really powerful units. That's one of the really good things you can do, actually. That's one of the really, really, really good things you can do in fairness. So that's how you can transition to getting really quick armies. So if you do not utilize this global recruitment in that way, then they suck. But it costs a lot more money, right? But as long as you're using the Offering the Great Maw to obtain that, it's honestly not bad. Like, truly, I mean, a lot of Ogres is pretty decent. But then, that goes into another point that Ultimates make him, right? I think that one of the bigger problems that you'll face as well is the Legendary Lords themselves. The Legendary Lords are really weak. And why are they weak? Why are they super, super trash? Well, for the most part, all of their identity was nerfed. Say, for example, with Scrag, if you look at Scrag, his identity is Gorges. And Gorges were nerfed by 80%, roughly. Their overall DPS was butchered by about 80%. And so you're saying a Legendary Lord that's reliant on a certain unit is now 80% weaker? Obviously, that then circles back around and makes Scrag so much worse. Which then devalues him as a Legendary Lord and devalues his identity. Right? And so, yeah, it's tough. Appreciate those illustrations. I'm happy to hear it. Can I move over? Yeah, just swap smash over. Just get rid of him out of here. And then, can we locally recruit with you? Yeah, we can globally recruit with you now. But delaying it 1 turn's fine. So that's Grimgor dead. It's 78 turns in. 28 turns in. Grimgor's been killed, so not bad. Which then goes back to Greasus. Greasy, does not fit in any composition. Like, 54 speed is your default speed, roughly, for your Ogres. And you're looking at... I mean, you're not going to use Noblers. Even then, Nobles are 35, and Greasus is 42. But he has animation caps. I think the problem with Greasus is he has animation caps, which puts him only at, like, 50. No, that's a lie. When he had 400 speed, it really amplified it. But he definitely has a cap to his animations. His animations are really bad. I think he is a really good duelist, but it's all about his animations. That's honestly one of the problems that he has, is purely his animations. But they've fixed them a lot. They've fixed a lot of his animations to make him a lot better. But truly, his animations really, really made it a lot harder for him to be potent at what he does. Like, we're talking about someone that is an exceptionally powerful duelist, but him being on this mount thing with the nobles pushing him just makes him not very strong. So, for me, we're looking at 2 factions that have very limited identities. Greasus doesn't fit in his composition. He feels like an outcast. Like, honestly, he does feel like an outcast. Like, I honestly really do think that when I'm playing him. He feels like an outcast in the grand scheme of things because he doesn't fit any of the roster. Because he's just so slow. He's a powerful fighter, but just doesn't run with you. And you got Scrag. His main unit was nerfed 80%, so him in general is super weak. And then you got the early game Spike, like I said. The Ogre Bull Spike is huge. Like, you'll hard carry everything. Contracts being garbage sucks. The settlements and the stationary camps really suck, but yeah. That was my thoughts. I don't know what you guys think. A little bit of MS Paint. Yeah, can't go wrong with a bit of MS Paint, honestly. But yeah, that's my overall thoughts for today. Curious as what your guys' thoughts are. But that seemingly is sort of the problems and the issues that I often face with him. Not sure what you guys think. And yeah, Boss Canary, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good stream, my friend. Why don't you give him a reserve man option? Yeah, I don't know. He's super fat, isn't he? That's the problem. He's just super big chunky. I think that's the biggest problem with him. I think that's honestly the big problem with him. But, boys, I'm gonna go. Your boys heading out. Thank you so goddamn much for hanging out, boys. I seriously do appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for spending your time with me today. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I've had a ton of fun being here. But yeah, much love to each and every one of you fine, beautiful folks. Hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your morning, evening, night, wherever you may be within the world. Thank you for spending your time here. You guys are incredible, and I appreciate you greatly. And yeah, we'll be back at it tomorrow, boys. All right? We'll be back at it. Thank you all for the subs. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you for all the love. You guys are amazing. Take care of yourselves. Have a good one. If you're in the UK and in America, have a fantastic Bank Holiday Monday. Take care of yourselves. And remember, look after yourselves. Look after each other. And take care, right, boys? All the best, my friends. Thank you for watching.